Just starting the stream up. We are on day, I believe, 14 of our 14 days, or excuse me, 100 days of 100 games. 100 games in 100 days, technically. And I'm very excited to have a player here. It is July 4th, and so I didn't think we were going to have anybody able to join, but thankfully we have. And so, would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I'm Nick City, and my character's name is Bonesy Jonesy. He's a little skeleton guy, and he's actually an enchanter. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, likes to mind control people, all the fun stuff that you do as a nice guy. It's great. And so the plot as follows. He is a member of a guild that has a guild pearl in the ear, which for him, I guess, is just attached to some part of his body in some way, since he has no ears. Now that I think about that, probably his hat. We'll say it's on your hat. And
Cool.
you have received an all points bulletin that the town of Quaintsville has been having a bit of a zombie slash plague problem. The zombies come in, they're relatively easily dispatched by the guards, but they've been coming in more frequently and it's been making people sick. One of them fell in the well water one time. It was just a bad time for everybody. It was just gross. And so they've decided to hire an adventurer or two to come deal with it. And so they put out a fairly decent chunk of change. The town gathered together and pulled together 5,000 gold to just deal with this problem. They're done with it. Today's supposed to be their independence celebration of becoming a municipality of their own, separating from the kingdom and just doing their own thing. And so, thankfully, it was a very non-violent Independence Day that they got to have. Um, and so, no British involved. It was great. And so, Bonesy Jonesy has just walked into town, and that is where the scene is set. And so, I will
Right.
say, the guards that were posted over here were very apprehensive when you showed up. They've been having problems with zombies, but some people don't appreciate the finer details between skeletons and zombies and ghosts. And so, what do you say to the
Well,
guards?
I try to show them that I'm from the guild, and I'm here to help.
Yes, you pull out your guild crest.
All right. What do they say?
They look at it a little bit funny at first. Let me pull up a token to drop here. Here we go. So the two knights, they kind of talk amongst each other a little bit. They kind of walk off a little bit and come back, and they say, "Well, I guess your credentials check out, but you do understand we've been having a bit of a problem with people of your kind recently. No judgment, of course, no offense meant, but they may not appreciate the finer details between an intelligent, very smart skeleton like yourself and some of the other undead that have been plaguing us. We've had the occasional ghost, but mainly zombies have been our opponents we've had to lay low. We're down to well, just the two of us as far as guards at the moment. The other six have fallen ill due to plague that they caught from the zombies. Thankfully, it's not been too terrible, just runny, bubbly diarrhea and such. But it's enough to incapacitate people, give them a high fever. But no one's died from it. It's just exceptionally inconvenient, and we would like you to address the problem.
All right. Well, it's a good thing the guild decided to throw you a bone.
Yes, yes, quite good. And they start clapping very, very not enthusiastically. I love it.
Yeah.
So, yes, right this way. We can show you to the guild's mistress. Or not the mistress of the guild, sorry, the town's maven. She runs the place. Let me pull out a
All
token
right.
for her. Uh, what is a good one for her? Okay, here we go. Boop. So there is a tiny fae, at least they will be tiny in a second. That is a druid. We'll just play Pluty today. Okay, take token. And so they lead you this way, and they introduce you. She's a little apprehensive at first, but then she kind of squints and she's like, "Ah, a member from the guild. They had not um alerted me to the fact that you would be," she gestures broadly to you, "one such as yourself. You please do forgive my initial apprehension.
Hey,
Um,
no one's better to deal with the undead than an undead.
you know, fair, that tracks. And she says, My name is Stardust. I am the matron of the town, the maven, some might say, and I will be doing my best to assist you with this process. Um, we have an interesting election system in our town, and whoever is elected to be the matron or patron of the town must always see to critical matters themselves, you see. So I will be assisting you through this process. And what, she gestures broadly, do you do as a member of the guild? What is your specialities?
Well, I'm a bit of an enchanter. I like to I cast all sorts of spells, mess with the field, mess with my enemies, and try to resolve things without resorting to fists, but doesn't always work that way.
Fair, fair, very good. We have not seen one of your kind around these parts. It's certainly not someone I have adventured with before, but I'm sure you will be exceptionally useful if the guild sought you out and has issued you solely as the person to come help. I cannot help but notice. Are there more on the way, perhaps?
Uh, the guild did not inform me if they are, but I think I can handle this.
We might actually have one guy joining us. It said might swing by in a bit, wrapping up work stuff.
Oh, well, the guild never tells me nothing, so.
He's got a frog avatar, so I said just to hop in when ready.
Okay.
Yeah, he played yesterday, had a lot of fun. He's playing an adventurer, if I recall, so you might get to see that
Really?
in action. I think he's the adventurer, I think.
That'd be cool.
Okay, so back to where we were. And so she says, well, the undead have been coming out more towards the evenings, and so, and then you hear a scream in the distance. She says, but not always. And you hear the scream come from
Oh,
the
God.
northwest, or
Let's rush
northeast,
over.
excuse me. All right, so the knights rush over first to react. And one
Yes.
of them says, I'll go check it out first. And he goes around the corner, and then oh, I don't have a good model for it. I really don't have a zombie model on this. For real? I
Hmm.
swear I had a zombie near my undead. Let me double check. We will use this instead. So, as he runs around the corner, you hear a shriek, the sound of metal being crushed a little bit, and then a Wilhelm scream as oh, he gets thrown against the building and crumples down to the ground, very much injured but not dying, not dead yet, but certainly at
Ooh.
death's door. And so death's door is a cool mechanic. It allows you to go down to 0 health points, but you do not die and you do not make rolls to die until you have the end of your turn or you take further damage. And so
Okay.
that's currently where we find ourselves. So, although this is a skeleton, just imagine for now that it is a giant ogre zombie, and it has just now barely come into view and appears to still be going towards the creature that it threw, which is our guard friend. And so Stardust says, Gee gads, I've never seen one like this before. I will tend to the injured. Please do what you can. And we will start combat.
All
So
right.
initiative is
Initiative.
rolled. Yep. So you just roll your d6 and then you add the highest of either, oh, nice, your acuity, your. Oh, I never. Did I show you the enchanter's actual character sheet? I don't think I did,
No, but I was just gonna roll with it.
right? No, it's very important for you, especially on the enchanter of all people. So if you go on class feedback down below in the Discord, you'll see the
Oh,
enchanter on there.
all right. I'm there.
Okay. And so there's a lot of information, but it can be summed up quite simply. The majority of the stuff in the above area you don't have to know or memorize. It's just how you get your certain abilities. Um, Mental focus and focus control, however, are very powerful. It allows you to spend focus charges to cast a spell, a tactical control spell, for 0 cost, and the creature trying to resist it has disadvantage. So it really allows you, up to 5 times per day to almost assure that you're going to get control of somebody. Um, and that actually needs to be moved down a little bit.
Where is my acuity?
Your acuity, if you scroll down a little bit to the enchanter chart, it should be 5. Up right here.
All right. Okay. So I've got 5 charges of the focus.
Yep, and you get them back every day. So it's kind of the closest thing to a spell slot in this system. You have 5 mana points, and you
All
do
right.
have 2 morale, and you have 2 stamina. And so you can kind of use this like a character sheet. Your hit points are going to be, we're going to be doing it at level 1 today, so you will have 10 hit points, which is
Okay.
8, or sorry, you'll have more than that. It's 8 plus 8. So you will have, or not 8, sorry, 8 plus 6. So you'll have 14 health points. And everything else on here should still be correct. I just recently bumped up everybody's health because I bumped up the damage on some stuff. So
Okay.
your damage spells I actually need to go update really fast, and it won't take long at all. I haven't had a chance to get everybody's stuff updated, but
No
for the most
worries.
part, yeah, for the most part, it hasn't changed a huge amount. Let me pull up.
Is concentration like D&D concentration? Just when you get hit, you
Yes.
have to. Okay.
Yeah, and you just make a resistance roll if it's a spell, or an endure roll if it is not a spell.
Okay.
Make sure no one's messaged on Discord. Yep, we're still good. Okay, and so let me get on Enchanter real fast. Oh, I'm already on Enchanter. Oh well. Need to get on the rules document. There it is. So I'll just copy paste those across real quick, and you should have all your spells. Especially since you're playing by yourself, you want the best spells you can have.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll just take a second to roll down to them. Yep, attack maneuvers, mind spells, mind attacks. There we are. So we need Arcane Barrage and Arcane Bolt. Okay, Arcane Eruption. And then Arcane Wave. And then Arcane Spiral Beam.
So arcane bolt is stamina. With that
Yes.
currency or
So yes, so stamina is the cheaper one of
resource.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cheaper resource. It always assures that you have something you can do when you run out of mana or run low on mana. You never
Hmm.
want to run out of mana, because if you run out of mana, you will find yourself dazed as your mind is overloaded, and then you have to spend a full round to recover your focus to get some mana back. So you definitely want to be careful with running out of your mana if you can help it.
Hmm.
Okay, so we've got your spells updated, so everything should be good. Oh, I still need to fix some of their stuff, it looks like. I didn't add their. They technically. No, they don't have a chant, so they're good. Ironically, enchanters don't chant, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we should be good then. So, like I said, you have a buck ton of spells. You have your 5 attack spells, tons of tactical spells, which I still need to fill in some of them, and a lot of skill spells. So, for example, you can animate weapons and have that as a minion. I don't have a nice stat block for it at the moment, but we could always improvise that. Um,
Hmm.
and you could summon a wall of force or a dome of force. You can change gravity. You can make an illusionary disguise. You can go invisible. You can try to maintain your focus. You could summon a phantasm, which is a really powerful attacker that only lasts for a short while. And then you can also have telepathy. And then as far as your tactical spells, these are your bread and butter for controlling enemies.
Mhm.
countering other spellcasters with counterspell, compelling enemies or even allies to do a certain action of your choice.
Reminds me of
Oh,
Command Cleric.
yeah, completely command cleric for sure. And yeah, so that's the bulk of what you can do as an enchanter. Definitely have plenty of times on your turns to figure out what you want to do. Oh,
Mhm.
and there is another person that wants to join in.
All
Hey
right.
there.
How do you balance for the variable people? Anyways.
So, the cool thing with my system is I have what's called the Creature Creator Compendium, and you add creature features to your creatures to make them stronger, but you also can just
Mhm.
adjust their base health point totals to make it where it's relatively equal to the amount of player levels of the players.
So this sleep spell, how long does sleep last?
So, that I think we were supposed to change to concentration.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting this guy set up. Okay, let me get him invited. Add the rolls. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad we got another person in here. It's Enchanter is better with more people because you can buff people up and stuff. So
Yeah, definitely. And things like sleep, if they are concentration, I imagine I can't do something else while it's going on.
you can do spells that aren't concentration spells, but if you
Okay.
do another concentration spell, it replaces the one you're currently using.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll hop in here in a bit. But while they're doing that, so for initiative, the cool thing is each of the three stats, the three aspects, has their own stat that governs initiative. So you don't have to always dump stuff in dexterity like in other games. So for a mind user, your acuity is actually your initiative roll bonus. And so you rolled very high. You rolled a total of a 10.
All
Um,
right.
so you're almost assuredly going first, unless this thing rolls a 6. It rolled a 6. I tell, I tell the future, and so, um, but and then Bone Z.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, welcome, Lunar. How are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, I saw this on Reddit. I was like, looking for beginners. I'm a beginner.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
It's what we love to see around here. So this game is completely designed for new people to be able to jump into super quickly, and so we get to
Mhm.
playtest that right now. So the rules are down on the rules of cool below. Just a Google Doc, and it's quite
Yeah.
lengthy, technically speaking. Well, not really for a rules document, it's only 60 pages, but we are only going to be concerned about character creation. So if you
Okay, okay.
scroll down about midway down the list, you'll see character creation on the table of contents. It's got a nice hyperlink, and just let me know when you're there.
Registration. Boom, done. All right.
Awesome. So it's as easy as knowing your ABCs, your ancestry, your background, and your class. Ancestry, mechanically speaking, is the least influential part of your character's journey. It is your racial choice essentially for most games, so I always recommend people pick one that sounds awesome and fun and just roll with it. Your background is the most important part of your character. It determines your base stats for everything. You can pick your origin story and your profession, which is like how you got money and stuff before you became an adventurer. And then lastly, based on that, you can pick your class. Generally from four options is what we have for right now, depending on what you decide to go for with your stats. Alternatively, you can start with your class and go backwards to pick your stats, but it just depends on how you like to do it. It's a little faster if you go background than class. So Ancestry, if you scroll down a little bit, we have 30 options, sorted roughly into six similar groups. You've got your populous ones, you've got your shorties, your planar touched ones, your scalies, your furries, and then your grotesques. So do any of those names kind of jump out at you as something you feel might be cool or you'd like to learn more about?
Um, I'm looking at.
These are pig
I'll
people.
go. Okay, yeah, I'll go ogre. I think that's
Ogre.
probably the one I would
Nice.
like to explore the most.
Awesome. So ogres are one of the two large races along with trolls, and their big claim to fame is if you scroll down a bit to the bottom, they're very strong. And so they start with athletics, intimidation, proficiency, and they gain double carrying capacity, and their creature type is considered to be a giant. So a lesser giant, essentially. So we've
Mhm.
got your ancestry picked out. So let's scroll down to the background. And so for your background, you get to pick which of the three following aspects you feel your character would be best at. Would their body be their strongest attribute, their mind, or perhaps their spirit? And I will say our current character being played by another player is a mage. They are a enchanter. So they're really good at buffing up allies and mind controlling enemies, if that helps you make your choice.
Mhm.
And also
I
your
think,
start
yeah.
I was just gonna say your ancestry has no relation with your class. Like it doesn't do anything to, be better or worse at a certain class.
When it comes, so I just pick between the three as of right now. When it
Yeah.
comes, and then we go to background. Okay, then I would probably pick body aspect and spirit aspect just because it's an ogre. Obviously,
Okay.
mind aspect is something I usually would go for, but for this specific class and like character I have in mind, I'd probably go with those two.
Okay. Cool. That's awesome. So I'll tell you about the body classes and the spirit classes, so you can make a good informed choice. So for profession is your next fun choice. And our current party member, he is a arcanist, and so he's really good about identifying and crafting special relics and focuses, which are used for mages and chanters. And so
Mm-hmm.
chanters are the spirit grouping of classes, mages are the mind classes, and then fighters are the body classes. And so I recommend just picking something that sounds fun. A lot of people tend to like dancer just because it's goofy, or thief because they like to steal stuff. Haven't had a therapist yet, but therapist is the big sleeper hit. I like
I
therapists.
saw that. I thought that was funny.
I'm actually going to therapy
Um,
school in the fall, so next month.
that's pretty cool.
Yay.
I actually think I will go with lumberjack.
I love it. First
Just
lumberjack we've had.
yeah. Oh
Aw-
yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so we got an ogre lumberjack. And if you scroll down to the classes, if you want to go the body route, we have the four fighters, which are very fun. They're very distinct from each other. The warrior is the absolute himbo of the fighters. They are the most durable of them. They tend to wear plate armor but don't have to. The default one will. They love to be the center of attention. They eventually, at level 3, we're starting at level 1 for right now, but at level 3, they get a fan club of trainees that they can train and command as a battlefield commander. And they're equally good with all types of weapons, as everybody in the game is. Weapons don't have a certain damage type associated as far as like dealing more or less damage, they just have certain special properties that make them
Mm-hmm.
better or worse in different circumstances. And so for warrior, if you wanted to play an archer warrior, that would totally be viable. Um, and for rogue, oh, the other thing with warrior is they're really good at healing themselves and getting their stamina points back. That's their like claim
Yeah.
to fame. Rogue is the polar opposite. They are the ones that do not want to attract attention.
Welcome,
They're,
welcome.
yep.
Sorry.
Oh, someone else pop in?
Yep.
Oh, hey. Hey, Faust.
Hello.
Yep, just
Hello.
explaining the fighters to Lunar here. He's making his character real quick.
Ah,
Yep.
yeah, I'm
For
just
whatever
vibing.
Nice. For whatever reason, when I'm streaming or whatever, like the notifications don't pop up on Discord when people pop in. I need to figure out how to change that. Um,
There's an automatic setting in Discord that mutes it when it detects you're streaming. I assume on Twitch.
ah, yeah,
Streamer mode.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to adjust that then. Okay. But yeah, for Rogue, they're really good at backstabbing people, of course. Their big claim to fame is their
Yeah.
special class mechanic is they can use items and special attack maneuvers for free if they blow one of their charges, and so or run away really well, disengage, hide, all those fun things. Monks are the most efficient at using their stamina of the group. They don't recover it like fighters do, but they tend to just be very efficient with their abilities. They make a whole bunch of attacks just like the warrior does. Um, all of the fighters can make additional attacks outside the normal two attacks you can make per turn. So that's like their kind of specialty is attacking with physical maneuvers. Monks are surprisingly defensive. They're the second most defensive of the group. Very evasive, very high dodge. And they can do cool stuff like run across the water, run up walls, all the stuff, wushu that you imagine a monk can do. And they're also the only one of the four that gets a baked in heal. They're actually very spiritual too. And then lastly, you've got Berserker. And as you imagine, they are like a barbarian in other games, very, very fairly durable. Like they have the most health along with warriors, but they do get reckless and are easier to hit and attack and therefore crit if you're not careful. But they also can turn, at level 2, they can take half damage from most stuff when they go full rage. Of the four, they have the highest damage potential in a short window, but they do tend to run out of stamina quite quickly if you burst all of your damage at once. And so they are really actually quite good at throwing weapons, including their big two-handed axes and stuff. They can chuck those across the battlefield, and really good with throwing axes as well, like the hand axes. And those are the four fighters. Do any of them kind of sound like what your ogre might be a bit more aligned with?
I think warrior would probably be what he was aligned with. However, I did want to listen to the other ones just because I didn't know exactly what they were about. Like I had an idea since I know like the classes, but I didn't know like their moves and what they're good at per se.
Yeah,
So
for sure. And so, do we want to go with warrior, or do you want to hear about the chanters as well?
I think warrior would probably be more
Okay.
like because in my mind I always think about the backstory and the character more than the combat style,
Yeah.
and combat style kind of just has to fit the backstory in my mind. So
Yeah, no, that's a perfect way to
yep.
build characters in this system. I love it. That's why we start with the background first and then end up with the class, for that very self same reason. So that's
Mhm.
awesome. All right, so now for the warrior stuff, if you go back to the Discord and scroll down to where it says warrior under the class feedback,
Yep.
you will see all the playtest warrior stuff. I do need to update the attacks on it real fast, but that won't take long at all because they've only got a couple that have changed. So I'll do that really quickly. Let me scroll down to all the abilities. Yeah, so martial abilities. There are no basic attacks. Every single type of attack has a maneuver associated with it. For example, Blade Storm is like a whirlwind attack from most games, and it's very powerful. Let me see, copy. Actually, let me just copy this first part. So we got Blade Storm updated. All right, Dual Strike. Dual Strike's like your bread and butter one for a warrior. Since warriors, their specialty is dual wielding, and sometimes big two-handed strikes if you're going for that too. But definitely quite renowned for being very durable and tanky while wielding two one-handed weapons, which is special for them. Normally, one-handed weapons cannot be wielded in two hands, but warriors say, "Screw that noise! We're awesome. We get to do that." And
Okay,
so
okay.
we got Leap Strike. Why am I having trouble finding that? There it is. And so we recently rebalanced all the attacks in the game, all let's see, what would that be? 100 of them? And so I went through and we changed the base stats. It used to be the body stat was the governing damage bonus, but now we changed it to physique for the martial stuff. And so range, we got full draw. Full draw is really fun. It's a very heavy hitting archery attack. And then leaping shot. Yeah, Warrior's all about getting up there and just getting in the fray or even, encouraging people at range to try to attack them. They get the ability, like most fighters do, to challenge people. And while a creature is challenged, they have to either target you and attack you and move towards you, or if they decide to bitch out and not challenge, they have to lose one of their precious morale points. So you could technically win a fight by making someone bitch out enough times that they become demoralized and give up, which is kind of hilarious. And so, yes, we've got all your warrior stuff updated. Everything looks perfect. And so, for your stats, your health points have actually gone up to 20 at level 1, and everything else should be the same. So, we do have a character sheet, but it's a little wonky right now. It's just hand drawn because we're waiting for a good lady that I know to finish creating the digital sheet. And so,
Mm.
you are welcome to use that if that's easier for you, or you can just look at the chart here. Um,
Okay.
And so either way works. And as far as special things for Warrior at level 1, you do have what are called adrenaline charges, and you can use this surge charge to gain, um, to gain 2 stamina back and recover 5 plus your body and hit points. So that would be 8 hit points recovered, health points, excuse me, which is quite a bit when you only have 20. Um, and you can do that multiple times on a turn currently. So if you really need to, you can burst up some of your stamina reserves and your health points. So that's Warriors in a nutshell. Does that mostly make sense?
Yeah, maybe I would need like just later about all the skill chants and chants. I might have to memorize those later, but everything
Yeah,
else I got.
awesome. And the cool thing for you, you don't have to worry about chanting like a long chant except for the coward chant. Um, so what chanting does, it's usually for the more powerful magical abilities in the game that cost morale points, like fireball and stuff like that. And for a normal chant, it takes a full 10 seconds of reciting a magical phrase for it to complete, and then it completes on your next round. So you have a full round of potentially being interrupted by enemies and stuff like that. And so chants are the most powerful of the abilities, but for you, most of them recite instantly anyways, so you don't have to worry about that. And so, yeah. So most of their chants are very much like leadership skill kind of things or intimidation kind of things. So, but yeah, you can definitely actually play warrior completely as a battlefield commander if you really want to and just invest in your spirit, which is probably how I would play it just to make it fun and a little different. But yeah,
Yep.
and so that is everything you need to play a warrior, and we are ready to drop you in the game. Um,
What?
Let me get you a link for that. Have you ever used Foundry before?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it's super easy. We'll get you set up. It just takes me a minute to finagle everything. I'll send this to you in a private message. Okay. And so with that, let me get you a login set up. Do you want me to just call you Lunar on here?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Join game session.
Whoops, I accidentally logged out. Game. Yeah, you'll have to refresh in just a second. I clicked the wrong thing.
No worries.
Uh, User management, there we go. Lunar. The only thing I haven't explained is the resource system. So for stamina, you get half of your stamina back each turn. So for most people that are fighters, that gives you 2 stamina back each turn. Um, and so that kind of helps you plan out what attacks and special maneuvers you do. You can do any number of maneuvers in a given turn, but you can only do 2 attack maneuvers by default on a turn. So it's kind of like starting with extra attack if you were thinking of like 5th edition or a Pathfinder.
Oh.
Okay, so I've got you character set up. And do you want me to just pull a random art off the internet for your character, or do you have one in mind? Just double testing. Is my mic still working? Testing, testing. Okay, for some reason my mic stopped there. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I was like, So for your art for your character, do you want me to just pull up a random one, or do you have an idea of what you'd like for your character's art?
Um, let me look. I think I might.
So dual wield, ogre, warrior. Let's see what it pulls up. Oh, there's some cool ones. Yeah, while you're looking that up, do you have a rough idea of a name for your character?
Um, that I do not yet. I'm thinking.
I'll call him
Um,
Placeholder McGee until we get one. All right. Once we get that art, I'll get that in here. Do-do-do-do. Get your ownership. Get you on. I've got so many people playing now that I have to, it's like a huge list of like 40 people. All right, I'll
hell yeah.
get you ownership of Placeholder McGee. Yeah, I'm doing a real ambitious project of playing 100, running 100 games in 100 days, and this is day 14. So
Oh shit.
yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. Extra information. Correct that actually. Day 13.
Okay, I might need help. Actually, I think I got it. Got it.
Yeah, just copy image and paste it to me, and I'll put it on here. Yeah, Warrior is a ton of fun, especially with the group we've got right now. It'll be really useful.
Yeah, I just went through Pinterest real quick.
That'll work. All right, there we are. Oh, I like it. That's a good one. Okay, save image. Art classes, warrior. All right, now we just need a name. The hardest part of the whole process. Okay, and I think I sent you the link. It should be like a 666.69 link, and that should let you load into Foundry now. Testing, testing. Okay, it's still working. Good.
Yep, yep.
Well, be free to send in more memes. Use the meme queen.
I got the name right now. I think I got it.
Okay, what
Go
we
with
got?
that. Yep. Frizzor.
I love it. Kreslor.
Frizz. And
Alright.
then let's go do that.
Do. Okay. Configure ownership to you. Yep, you got it. Okay, so once you pop in, it should let you have control of the character.
Okay, I'm on the website now. Boo, boo, boo. So what do I do at this point on the Paradise Lost
Um,
website?
yes, it should let you log in now, and there's no password. Just scroll on there and find Lunar, and it should let you log in.
Okay, perfect. Join game session.
Why is it still calling you placeholder McGee? That's funny. Oh, that's why. Original updated. Alrighty, so for Lunar, user configuration, Original, and save player configuration. Alright, so now you should be able to move your character around right here. If it loads in correctly. Yep, perfect.
Oh, okay.
So the cool thing about this system is it works on just a simple d6. You only ever need to roll one d6 usually, unless you're making a multi-attack hit. So what I recommend is in the bottom left hand where you see all the buttons, you can make a quick macro. And all you gotta type in is this, without the quotation, this r slash space 1d6, and it will turn it into a dice
Oh.
roll.
So okay, click on.
Left click on one of those buttons down below.
Okay, on one. Okay. Then R slash
Yep. Or, sorry, slash r space 1d6 for the macro command.
one 1v6.
Yeah, 1d is in dog, 6.
Okay.
We'll do a one roll of a six-sided die. And you can click the button, give it a try.
Execute macro.
All right, am I back in time?
Yeah, welcome back.
Okay.
He came out at perfect time because we're still getting him hooked in.
Probably means I won't have to get up later now, so that was good.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. I think I got it.
All right,
The
give it a
slash
click.
R 1d6.
Yep. And just give it a click, make sure it rolls just fine for you.
Uh, is it rolling?
I don't see it on my screen, so it probably isn't. You can right click and edit the
Do it again.
macro.
Slash R 1d6.
There's a space between the R and the 1d6.
Yeah, I
And the
got that.
and the 1d6
And
is all no spaces.
yeah, that's what I got. Slash
Okay.
R 1d6, and it shows up with the dice emblem and the target emblem. However, when I click on it, nothing happens.
Huh, so something's up with it. Did you put a space between the R and the d6?
Is it slash R d6 or slash R 1d6?
Slash
Slash
R
R.
space 1d6.
Yep,
Okay,
that.
d6. Yeah.
So when you execute it, it should just roll a dice like
Yep.
that.
Oh, that was you.
That was me. It was me. Because otherwise you'll have to type it in the public role chat thing, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
Self roll? Is that how you do it?
Public role, that's probably what it was.
Okay, public roll. Yeah, I'm still trying to do it and it doesn't work. I put slash
Did you
R
put it as the name or the command?
the name.
Put it
Oh,
in the
sorry.
command section.
There we go. That's what it was. Okay. That was me not being specific.
I almost did that when I was setting it up, so that's why I knew that.
Aha, perfect.
1d6.
Yay.
Okay,
Perfection.
now I got it. Yeah, 4. Okay.
Awesome. So we got you fully set up. Everything's good. Are you
Yep,
able
yep,
to
yep.
join in now? My brain's not working. Faust, are you able to pop in?
Oh, I need to find the link first.
It should be private message, I think.
Oh yeah, there it is.
And I need to add your character here. Good old Faust. Yeah, it was funny. You ended up
I should
being
not.
our healer in the group last time as the adventurer. That was kind of funny.
Oh,
I
Faust is the
also,
adventurer.
yeah,
Yeah,
I also got a new art that could be used as a token that's
sure.
slightly more accurate for however long that lasts. I'm gonna have to do my daily roll to see what changes.
Oh yeah, yeah. So he's playing Chaos, and when you're a Chaos, we roll on a random chart just to see what changes about your body on a given day.
Hmm.
So, okay. So you guys are going to be coming into the scene from over here. So you got the all points bulletin from the guild as well that this place has been having a bit of an issue with undead, specifically zombies traditionally. This time, however, it is a very large 15-foot tall skeleton that came into town, grabbed a guard, threw him against the wall, and the guard is currently in the process of dying, but is not dead yet. Stardust is the matron of the town, and she is going to be assisting you guys. So we have a four-person party, and we have another guard here that's still doing okay, although he is kind of a little scared about everything that's going on. So I'll do a lot of teaching you how to play the game as we go. For the most part, there's only three types of rolls you'll ever have to make. There is an attack roll, there is a prevention roll, and there is a challenge roll. So, attack rolls pretty self-explanatory. Anytime you do something that tries to inflict health point damage to somebody, it is going to require an attack roll to hit and beat their defense. So, meet or exceed the creature's defense. I will usually tell you what the creature's defense is based on just a visual description and plus your knowledge of being proficient adventurers. Um, the prevention roll, that happens when something bad happens to you. That's not damage. So getting tripped, getting kicked, someone throwing pocket sand in your face to blind you, things like that. And then lastly, challenge rolls are when you tell me that you want to try to do something, and if there's no associated ability with it, I'll set a certain difficulty challenge. And then you roll to see if you beat that challenge. And so it's like a skill challenge in other games. And
Yeah.
so does all that make sense for the most part?
Yep.
Awesome. And so by
Don't mind my
default,
roll here. 17.
17.
What is
All
that?
right.
17. Swap genders, but I'm
Awesome.
neutral. What did
So
I
now
get?
you're both genders. You're all the genders. You're every gender. That's best.
From everything, well, from nothing to everything, apparently.
That's great. I love it. All right. So you're a hot mess right now. I love it. Um,
Honestly, not
s-
much different.
right. All right. So we're going to roll initiative to determine turn order. It's a very simple roll. You just add, you do a 1d6 roll, and I'll roll for Skeleton Boy. Actually, I
I
rolled a
reroll too.
6. Yep,
You
everybody
rolled a 6
rolls.
earlier. I rolled a 5. All right.
Uh, yeah, so we can keep your 5 from earlier because you rolled really well. Um,
Okay.
okay.
Oops.
Yep, everybody always does that eventually. Oh, nice. A
Hey.
6.
Hey.
So for initiative, awesome. 5. Yeah, you guys are definitely going before Bony Butt. Um, so Bone Butt over here, he rolled a 3. He does have a fairly good body stat, but his technique isn't quite the best. So he only gets a +3 to his roll. And so your technique, your acuity, or your attunement are your three stats that you can choose from for your initiative. So it's generally going to be whatever your best base stat is the one you want to go with. For example, if you're a spirit character, it would be your attunement. If you're a body character, it's your technique. And lastly, if you are a mind character, it's your acuity bonus. So for most people, it'll be a +3 to a +5, somewhere in that range. And so Faust, however, rolled a critical success. And so critical successes, you always go first. And so I'll put Faust first. And then Bonesy, I'm pretty sure yours is a +5, so you are an 8. And Kreslor, as a warrior, yours should be at least a 4, so you're going to be going next. Kres. Kresor.
On my sheet it says movement 6. What does that mean?
That is how far you can move on a given turn. You can move 6 squares, otherwise known as
Okay.
30 feet in freedom units, since it is Independence Day. Um, Bonesy.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah. One thing we can both relate on. We both hate the British. Kind of. For different reasons. No, I love the Brits. I used to live over there for a year and a half.
Oh wow.
Okay, so that is our turn order. So now to explain a cool thing about initiative, especially since the enemy rolled so terribly and is going last. Never good for the enemy. Oh, I forgot to roll for Stardust. Let me throw her out there. Yeah, so she'll go along with Bonesy. So, um, for initiative, if you wish to do so, you can lower your initiative to match another ally's initiative, which allows you to do a team up turn, which instead of one going before the other, you get to coordinate your actions together. For example, you might say, guys, I'm going to blind this enemy first, and then you trip them, and then we both go for the kidneys and attack together. So you can do cool stuff like that, or you might say, guys, I'm about to shoot a big beam that's going to hurt everything in front of me. Let me do that first, and then you guys run in. We had that happen yesterday. He was like, you might want to stand to the side a little bit. And then Kamehameha the hell out of the whole encounter and killed like everything. You rolled really well. And so you guys are welcome to do that, or Faust, you can go first, however you want to do it.
I will say I was planning on putting him to sleep. So if you guys want to try to get like a, I don't know, a hit on the head or something.
Yep. So I
Uh,
will say, as an adventurer, you know that undead are tend to be immune to falling asleep. And so that would be something your character would just know from fighting them before.
Oh.
yeah, he'll inform of that. Just yeah, no, sleep won't work on those kinds of things. They don't exactly sleep to start with.
Yeah. Well, you think I'd know that having been an undead, but you learn new things every day.
Huh.
Yep.
So this guard is like knocked out in the process of dying. What's his deal?
Yep, he is in the process of dying. He is at death's door. And for our new folks, what death's door means is you're at 0 health points, and at the end of each of your turns, or if you take further damage, you have to roll a d6 and see if you live or die. And so in this case, he would have lived for another round, and that makes sense because that would have been their turn anyways at the start of the round because they went first. And so he is still alive, but just barely. If you ever roll a 1, or if you have to make multiple rolls over time, it becomes harder and harder to live. So you start off by just failing if you roll a 1. But with your second roll, it's a 1 or a 2. Third roll, it's a 1, 2, or 3. So it gets increasingly likely that you're going to perish the longer you remain at death's door. One nice thing is we are smart, competent adventurers, so we all start with at least 1 health pot. Some people brought 2, if you're like a warrior, for example. And you can use a item as part of your action when you are in death's door. Otherwise, you can only move 2 squares, and you can't do any other actions while you're at death's door. It's like you're in most video games where you're like crawling and asking for help from an ally. It's kind of that kind of thing. And so NPCs can be in death's door too, and that's what happened with our little friend right here. We got thrown up against the house.
Cool. So by siphon?
Siphon.
How do you siphon? Siphon life slash drain touch thing. Can I use my bow to attack the skeleton, get health, and give health to this dude?
Absolutely can.
Woo! Alright, so I do that.
Yep, so you'd use the range version, which is Siphon Life, and
Mhm.
so it'll do a little less damage, but if it hurts them, it will transfer life to them. Unfortunately, you do know that the undead tend to be healed by necrotic damage, so in this case, that would be a probably wrong call.
Ah, all right, never mind then. Let's see.
That applies to me too, by the way. I get healed by necrotic stuff.
Hmm. Uh, I have one health potion thingy. And I guess the drain touch thing is the main means of which I heal.
There's that, and there's also just the heal harm chant that you do have.
That's true though. That will take a bit.
Yep.
Um,
I think for you
can
it
I like?
recites instantly as an adventure. I think that's one of your features.
Oh,
I'd have to double check, but I'm
huh.
almost positive.
Could I, for starters, like drag this guy just back one square to have the cover of this building? Yes.
Absolutely. So when you're dragging someone, you grab him, and then you can move them at half your movement. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think you moved a little bit earlier, so you could probably pull him to right there, and that probably would be most of your movement.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you know what? I'll just give him the potion. Make it
Awesome.
straightforward.
Okay, so you use the item action, you use tool, and you give him
Mm-hmm.
a potion, and he recovers 10 health points and is no longer at
Oh,
death's door. Thank you, sir.
huzzah!
Thank you so much. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and it was exceptionally boring. I need to take up a hobby.
Foz just nods. Cool. I recommend crochet. Anyway,
I love it. All right, anything else on your turn? I think you've used all your actions and movement,
yeah, I think
so
that's it from me.
all right, Kreslor and Bonesy. Like I said, you guys can team up if you wish, or you can act in that order. It's whatever you prefer. Again, the enemy is over
Uh,
here.
quick question. Can undead be unconscious?
Yes, they do have a mind stat, so they can be forced into being unconscious.
Okay. So I can do that. A little bit different than sleep.
Yep, you could
Uh,
enthrall them.
Mr. Krezer, if you'd like to take a take a hit against an unconscious target, I can knock him unconscious.
I will do so.
Okay.
Awesome. I believe
So
you
I
do
think.
So
critical hits. I've had to double check.
Do I move over it to it or?
Yes, if you want to do a melee strike against it.
Oh,
Okay.
he's gonna wake up the moment you take or he takes damage, but it'll probably be like some extra or
so I
something.
just roll at the moment. Okay.
Yes, and so what you're going to roll if you're using an attack is you pick one of your attacks to use, and like dual strike, for example, would be probably a good one that your character would use in this circumstance to do as much damage as possible. Or perhaps full draw with your bow is going to hit really hard and very accurately because he's knocked unconscious right now, dazed and confused. We do have to see if he's actually going to fall unconscious though with your spell. So let me roll for his
Okay.
resistance roll. Ooh, that was a
That's
pretty high
bad.
roll, but it's only a +7, and I believe yours is an 8 that he needs to beat because you've got +5 plus a 3. So he does fall unconscious. You see him kind of woozily, his uh, both weapons, his shield and his sword, are kind of hanging down to his side. He's rocking back and forth. He very much is in a dazed state of watching pretty butterflies that are flying around his head. He is enthralled.
Skeleton to skeleton, we don't gotta fight. You could go back to your grave or wherever.
Mhm. So you know that if someone has created the skeleton, and unlike yourself, if it does not have a spirit, which it does not, I'll just go ahead and spoil that, that it has no will of its own and must do whatever its creator has demanded, which is something very not nice apparently, because it's a regard into the freaking house.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like peace is an option.
Yep. It does have a mind, however, so you could technically mind control it. But Kreslor, you're up. Were you wanting to strike it while it's dazed?
Yeah, I would like to use my bow attack, the full draw.
Awesome. Oops, someone just messaged me in general. check out proton toxins, box pours everything.
Okay. So I just roll the 1 through 6, or
Yes, you roll 1d6, and for that particular attack, it's very inaccurate. So it gets a +0 to hit, and then it adds your technique stat for accuracy as well. And so I think that's a +4 for you. So just roll that, and that will definitely hit.
okay.
Awesome. And so I do believe that's a free critical hit, but let me double check my rules document so I don't forget something dumb. I haven't actually had someone attack a unconscious target yet in all of the playthroughs. So rules document.
Teamwork makes the brain work. What can you say?
Yep. Unconscious. Yep.
This guy's giving
Cannot
undead
take
a bad name.
actions. Incoming hits are critical hits. If not in sleep state, exit states after 1 hour. And so, yep, so it is enthralled, and it is definitely waking up now. But you get a free critical hit. So what critical hits do is they double the damage of your attack. And so I believe I fixed the warrior's attacks for you, so it should give you a flat number, and then you get to add your physique stat to it. And so I think it's a 15, is that right? Plus your physique?
I think yeah, it's let me go back to it.
I got most of the numbers
Yes,
memorized.
15. I don't know about the physique. Yeah, 15 damage plus 2 times physique.
2 times physique, that's what it was. Okay. So
2
yeah, so
times
that's gonna
physique plus 2.
it's gonna truck this guy. So what that does is you pull your bow back super hard, as full as you possibly can. You launch it straight at this guy's very vulnerable skull. It pierces through the skull and does a crap ton of damage. So that's going to be physique times 2, which is, I believe yours is 4 physique, so that should be 8, plus the 15 times 2. So 15 plus 8 times 2 is a lot. 46 damage with your first strike. Nice. And so you can tell that this is a very strong skeleton, and definitely something that is going to have a lot of durability to it. So we said it was 140, or excuse me, 46, so that makes this. All right, so you just chunked a solid amount of its hit points down, its health points, excuse me, with that first bow attack, and you do still have a second attack that you can use. You've used 2 stamina, I believe it is, for full draw, and so you have quite a bit of stamina as a warrior, so probably a good idea to do another attack.
And can you do full draw again, or would you have to do a different attack?
Normally, I'm still going back and forth on that. The technical rules are you can only use one uh, maneuver at a time per turn, but I think I'm going to go back on that anyways. So you could full draw again. You are behind him, and so you will have a +5 to hit since he does not see you.
Okay.
So that would be your technique of 4 plus the 5 to hit, plus your dice roll, which unfortunately is a 1. So you go
Yeah.
back to pull again, and this time your shot goes a little awry. You were aiming right for that head again, and now that it's no longer asleep, it kind of cracks its neck and looks around a little bit, and it sees an arrow go right past it, and then it turns straight to look at you.
Oh,
All right.
brother.
Good turn, good turn. All right. Bonesy, you're up.
Yes. So that was my
Action.
action, putting him unconscious. Do I get multiple tacticals or?
No, just 1 for spellcasting. So,
Okay.
good turn though. You both combined together to do quite a bit of damage to this thing on your first opening volley. And so, with that said, it is now Bony Butt's turn, and it goes to strike you. It is a fairly smart creature being undead, and it sees that you are in full armor with 2 weapons, and so it definitely is going to try to precise strike you. 1d6 plus its body of 4 plus 10 from the accuracy of being a very accurate attack, and it rolls a 1. It doesn't matter. And so it comes in for a really
Oh!
precise strike, and it just completely whiffs it. It like hits about a foot above your head, and then it pulls back like it thinks it like landed a blow. And then if a skeleton could be embarrassed, in this case, it would be embarrassed. All right. So it goes to then try to kick you. And so this is a prevention roll. You'll have to roll a 1d6, and then you add your technique to it to try to prevent, to avoid being kicked over.
And what is my technique again?
It should be
gotta
plus 4,
okay, +4.
I
So
believe.
let me do that.
Oh, so you automatically succeed with a 6.
Okay.
So he goes to kick you, and you block with both your weapons and just parry him backwards, and he kind of stumbles a little bit. And then he goes for a really powerful overhand swing, trying to crack through your heavy armor. And so it is called Helm Splitter. And so Helm Splitter
Mhm.
ignores a target's armor. So for you, that's a plus 10 armor, since you're in full plate armor. So he's really trying to strike you hard. So it's a d6 plus a 5 plus a 4. And he has to beat 8. So let's see if he does. He does beat 8. And so you do take a strike of damage. For this one, it is 9 damage plus the physique stat, so 9 plus 5. 9 plus 5 damage.
And how
Um,
many do I have in total? Like
for
health
you,
wise?
20 at level 1. So you took a pretty vicious
So
hit, but you're still hanging in there.
okay.
So you took 14 damage, so you still got 6 health points. And that is all the stuff it can do on its turn. All right, next up, we're at the top of the round with Faust again.
Stardust?
Oh,
She gonna get a
Stardust.
turn?
Good point. I knew I'd forget her. All right, so Stardust, seeing that you have taken a pretty brutal hit, says, I will do my best to heal him. And she starts to chant the heal harm chant. You hear her say, By the powers of nature invested in me, I now bequeath you the power of a tree. Regenerate and heal and come back new. I will cast a spell to renew. All right, and so that is her chant, and it'll take effect on the next round. So, Faust, you are now up. And the other guard just kind of cowers in fear, backing away a little bit.
uh, I do want to like call back to the guard and just sort of ask, do you have any idea where this guy came from? Was it
There
just
is a graveyard of an ancient city to the north of us for quite a ways, but that would be quite a day's journey to get here. But the undead, as you know, do not tire.
good to know? Might be just a weird straggler then. I get my bow
We've
out
never.
and I hit it with a bow.
All right.
I strike it
So
with the bow itself.
for
No.
the defense on this creature, it is wearing a shield, so you know it's got a +6 defense there, and it can dodge a little bit with its body stat for sure. So you would estimate it probably has around 10 defense.
Hmm. I'm also eyeing the tactical spells thing.
Uh-huh.
Uh, arcane bindings. How does that
That
work?
that could be pretty good. That immobilizes them so that it can't run away or move if it succeeds and it doesn't resist it.
Aha.
Or you can make it where it moves slowly. The immobilize effect can break from damage, whereas the slowing effect, the ensnaring effect, does not break with damage.
So, how does slowing affect, uh, I guess the character?
They just simply have half movement. They can only run half as far.
Okay.
So
Uh, so not entirely great, honestly. But
yeah, it's really good if you're trying to keep something from charging up on you, but against Krez,
mhm,
he's already distracting this thing in melee range, so it wouldn't be quite
yeah.
as useful in this circumstance.
And even if I manage to get him to stop, that's gonna break on being hit.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. Bow.
though it
It's
is.
probably the best I can offer right now.
Cast Snipe. All right, so you go to execute the snipe maneuver, so that's going to be a +10 plus your 3, I believe it is, from your technique.
I still don't know where the 3 comes from, but I'm not gonna complain.
It's your technique stat. It's under your body stats.
Technique. Where?
First column.
Health, body. Oh, I see it now. Huh. All right.
Yeah, I believe it's that. All
God.
right.
All right.
Every time. Every time.
I'm
I
used to
love
Avray.
it. Oh, that's certainly a hit. All right, so we're going to do a snipey snipe, which is it 2d6 or 1d6? Or excuse me, is it one technique or two? I forget. I think it's one technique plus
Good
9.
question.
So that'd be 3 plus 9 should be 12 damage. Nice and
And
easy.
yeah, I'll just hit him again.
All right. So for right now, we'll just let you guys do the same attack twice if you want, because I need to test that out anyways. And that hits again. So he is down to 130
I
health
shall do a little
points,
sidestep back behind cover. Not that I think I need it, but good
just in
habits.
case.
Yeah.
He might throw a femur at you. You never know.
I'm keeping this guy at bones length.
That bone's length. I love it. I love it. Okay, so that was Faust and Kreslor. You're up.
All right, all right. So have I been healed since it's the beginning of the next turn, or is it Stardust's turn that is when
It's
it
on
heals?
Stardust's turn. So even if you do fall to death's door, probably you'll be okay because it heals for a
Okay.
truckload.
Okay. I didn't know if like I forgot about Death's Door, so
Yeah.
I was if I just lose all my health, anyways. Okay, so I'll since it's melee range, I don't think I could use the bow again, and even if I could, it just kind of wouldn't be realistic. So
Yep.
I will use Dual Strike this time.
Awesome. So roll that attack. It's going to be the base of 5 plus your technique of 4, so plus 9 to hit. And that's a hit.
All right, perfect, perfect.
All right, so that's going to be 2 technique. So 8 plus the base of 9, I think it is. Is that right? So that should be 17. All right, so it's definitely getting closer to being at half health points with that first dual strike right there. Cha-cha.
And like last time, do I have another attack, or
You do.
is my turn? Okay.
Probably another dual strike would not be a bad idea. It's kind of the bread and butter of Warriors, offense.
Break his leg.
Is any of
Break.
the tactical maneuvers would be useful, like bat, like
So it's not
or
casting anything right now. So Bash could be useful, but it won't interrupt anything. But also, it does do mana damage. And if a creature loses all of its mana, it becomes dazed. So Bash might be a good option.
hmm.
You can still attack after bashing as long as you have enough stamina. You do have plenty of points to recover stamina from your warrior points, your surge charges.
So impossible. I can do a bash and a dual strike.
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'll start with bash.
Okay, so it has to try to avoid your bash. That's a 4. And that does, let's see, 3 plus 4, just barely avoids your bash. So you go to bash it, and it manages to block it with its shield at the very last second before you hit it with the butts of both of your swords. Oh, wait, no, it has disadvantage because you were considered wielding a shield when you're dual wielding. I forgot this. And, well, it didn't matter because it rolled better. So for disadvantage and advantage, you roll twice and you take the better if it's advantage or the worse if it's disadvantage outcome. So because you're considered to be wielding a shield while dual wielding, it had to be disadvantage because of that ability. But unfortunately, it still rolled well. So you do still have your dual strike.
And I will be doing the dual strike now.
Awesome. And that's a crit. Nice. So what did we
Perfect,
say it
perfect.
was earlier? It was 9 plus 8. So 17 damage. Nice, that's a solid hit. 9 plus 8, 17 times 2. So I don't love it. It should be 34, but yeah, okay. 34, 13. I always do math because I don't want to mental math mess stuff up. So it is now bloodied. And so what bloodied means is certain abilities are better when a creature is bloodied, like the execute skill, for example. And you can see that the character is visibly bleeding out. It's leaking its magic that's holding it together. You see blue mana dripping off this creature through all of its joints that are connected by magical bindings, and its marrow is leaking out of its bones where it's been broken. And so you guys are definitely making very good progress in murdering this thing quite quickly after that brutal, brutal hit. Awesome sauce. So that's Kreslor's turn, unless you want any movement.
Hmm.
And there is
Nah,
punishing attacks where if you move away from a melee creature that's able to attack you, it gets a free attack. And that's true for
yeah,
players as well.
I'll probably stay put.
Okay, that's a good life choice I agree with. Alrighty, so next up, so we've done Faust, Kreslor, Bonesy.
All right. So, based on what Stardust said, this guy isn't the source of the problem. I want to cast Invade Mind to see if I can find out who created this guy.
Wonderful
Would that be
choice.
possible?
Absolutely, it has to try to resist your mind ability, but it is pretty bad at it, and almost rolled a 6. All right, it failed, so you do get to read its thoughts. And its thoughts are
All
very
right.
simplistic. It is approach town, kill as many as possible, kill Stardust especially, kill Stardust, kill Stardust, kill Stardust. Master
Uh
commands it.
oh, sorry. What was that?
Uh, Master Necrozma demands it.
Okay. Well, I got what I needed.
Wait, is that a Pokemon? Is Necrozma a Pokemon?
Yes, it is.
That's
Gen
hilarious.
7?
I just pulled
I
that out
think
of my
Gen
butt,
7.
and I have not played that gen. Let's do Nick. Uh,
Necrotica.
no. Oh my goodness, what's the lady? Gizma from Emperor's New Groove. What's her name?
Yeah,
Yeah, Gizma.
Uzma.
Yes, so Necrezma. There we go. Demands it, and that's what you get from your mind reading ability.
All right. Is that the end of my turn?
Yes, unless you wish some movement.
I'm good where I am.
Okay. All right, so that's Bonesy, and then Stardust completes the chant and shouts, "Heal!" And you heal for quite a bit. I'm trying to remember the value. It's going to fully heal you, but it's like 2 times willpower plus like 30 or something. It's a lot. So yeah, you are fully healed, and she can cast it from fairly far away. And so then she starts to chant another chant, and trying to remember. Yeah, she has enough. She starts to call upon a lightning cloud and says, "I will strike it down with the thunders from above. Heed my call." I can't find anything that rhymes with above, so I'm just gonna end it there. So that is her chant, and it is now Bonesy's turn. Bony Butt, rather, excuse me. And Bony Butt is going to try another kick to knock you over. And so you'll need to do another prevention round for Kreslor. And beautifully block it once again, just like this is child's play. Although he got that massive hit on you earlier, he just got lucky. And so you definitely are more skilled combatant than this creature. It attempts to, seeing that Stardust is over there and it's aware of her now, it goes to leave your reach, meaning you can make a punishing strike on it if you wish.
I will wish, because I'm not letting him run away from me
Awesome.
in middle of battle.
Beautiful. So, do you wish to dual strike?
Yep, yep, yep.
Awesome. Roll
Actually,
that
since he's a
attack.
little bit distance away, am I allowed to now do a ranged attack? Do you think?
It's
If I
usually
can
meant
full
to
draw.
be it's usually meant to be melee abilities.
Okay,
And
then yeah, I'll
so
do a melee. I'll do melee. That makes more sense. All right.
yeah. I might need to clarify that in the rules now that I think about it. So
Just because he was like walking away, I just didn't understand that. But yeah,
yeah, for
that makes
sure.
sense. Let me roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
That should still hit, I believe. So that's 2 plus a 5 is 7 plus your 4. Yep, that beats a 10. All right. And so you like get back here. We're not finished yet. And you slash him with both blades for another. I'll eventually have this damage memorized. What was it? Uh, 8 plus 9, 17 damage.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
swear subtraction's the hardest thing for my brain this late in the day. All right. Oh, speaking of which, I need ADHD meds. That would help. Alrighty. So it does go for Stardust, however, and it goes to do an accurate strike as she is a tiny pixie. It definitely wants to hit. And so we'll see if she can maintain her chant or not if she does get hit. Plus 14, that's right. Oh, that is certainly a hit, and she is going to take quite a bit of damage. So that is a 6 plus the physique stat of this thing is a 6. So 12 damage to Stardust, who is looking quite rough but still holding in there because she has 8 plus 8, 16 health points. And so she is roughly hanging in there. She does have to make a endure roll, which she is quite good at, to see if she can keep maintaining her chant. And she does, because she beats a 5. And so it then goes for a flurry of inaccurate attacks to just try to finish her off. And so it's plus 4, not that it'll matter. So I'll just roll the dice 3 times, see if I get a crit. If I don't crit, I cannot hit her actually with this. Nope. And so she does manage to barely evade and parry and block with her shield these other 3 attacks that come at her. And that is Bone Butt's turn. Now, Faust, you are up.
Hmm. See, how's Stardust looking?
Quite injured, but still hanging in there. Definitely bloodied. She
Faust, I'm
has.
planning to help her out if you want to focus on damage. I've got something.
Uh, I don't know how much damage I could focus on him. I'm more interested in pulling aggro in some way, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
So, as an adventurer, you don't have a challenge ability, and also you tend to be the one targeted last by creatures with your weakest class feature. So, that would be quite the challenge for you to pull that off.
I have a way, if you'd like to draw aggro, I can direct his attack towards you. So that way
I
he
was
can't hit
just
Stardust.
thinking, trying to pull some weird parkour shit and throwing myself at his head, honestly.
Okay. Now, you can climb creatures. That is a thing you can do. And a lot of creatures do have weak spots kind of close to their head. And so you are welcome to do that if you wish.
Cool, yeah, I'm gonna switch out to I assume the dagger that I probably own.
Yeah, we can say you have a dagger.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm just gonna Shadow of the Colossus this shit.
I love it. Dragon's Dogma 2 / Monster Hunter World / Shadow of the Colossus time. I love it. All right,
Mm.
so you, I believe, are proficient at climbing, and so you should have a 6 climb speed to go straight up to his back. And so you manage to get up on his neck and go ahead and roll a just simple mind check just to see if you know the knowledge of his weak spot.
So is a d6 plus 2 question mark?
Yep.
Okay. It's 2.
Oh no. So unfortunately, you're not quite sure where to strike for its weak spot, um, but it is certainly going to be hard for you to miss it since you're climbing on top of it and you're
Uh-huh.
technically behind it. It cannot see you, so you get a +5 to hit. So go ahead and take those melee attacks with
Woo!
whatever attack you
Yeah, I'm
choose.
basically trying to make myself an immediate problem for this guy and yeah.
I love it. I love it.
be it either causing enough damage that it pulls attention, or physically trying to turn his head aside or slow attacks. Be a hindrance.
I love it. I love it. Also, Bonesy,
Actually,
since this is a team up round, you could identify the weak spot for him as well and let him know. That's also an option you can
Uh,
do.
that's not going to take my action, is it?
It would traditionally take your action, so you might want to, just weigh the cost of that versus other
Oh,
options.
I'll hold off on that. I want to try to help Stardust.
Okay.
Make sure she doesn't go down.
All right.
what do I roll?
You are making an attack of some sort, so it's whatever your attack you choose.
Okay. Uh, which attack is stabby?
Probably precise strike. I think you have that one.
I'm not even sure if I would call it precise, but
Let me see what Adventure
6.
has.
I guess it's 1d6 plus
Uh,
10 question mark?
it is +10. It's very easy to hit with, so unless you roll a 1, you're definitely hitting.
Oh, whoops. There we go. Hey,
That's a hit, almost a crit. And so
cool.
you do manage to stab a very vulnerable part on it. Not quite the weak point on it, but very close to it. And you manage to do some damage. So that should be your physique is 2 plus the 6, so 8 damage with your first hit.
Ribs do make for a good ladder.
They do.
Uh, do I? I don't think I still have an action left after
You
all
do
of
have a second
that.
hit.
Oh shit! All right.
Yeah.
I thought climbing would take up an action. All right.
Nope. Hmm.
6.
It does require 1 stamina to climb on somebody. That's the one thing I did forget to mention.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well. Uh,
But you should be doing pretty good on stamina anyways, so. Oh, there you go.
heck.
That's a crit. Nice. So we said it was 8, so 16 damage. It's getting quite low now. So 16, 8. All right, it's looking pretty rough. You found that weak spot this time, and now you know where the weak spot is. It's right at the nape of the neck, right where the spine connects to the shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Spine bone connected to the clavicle, or whatever it is. Awesome, so that's a good
Bone
turn.
connected to the leg bone.
Before
Bonesy,
he
you're up.
is he still gonna remain on top of Bones at the end of
That's
a
it.
turn, or does he get off?
He
I'm gonna
could.
stay here.
Just because I plan to do a leap strike on Bones
You
after
can
this.
lean to the side.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't hurt him. It's fine. He's up in the air
Okay.
attacking you.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Let's see your elevation. You're up 3 units. Well, it says 3 feet, but 15. Here we go. I like people that climb on my creatures. It's really, really, really fun for melee because you get free critical hits if you get to their weak spots. If you hit. All right, Bonesy, you're up.
All right. So first off, I wanted to ask: Invade Mind is a concentration spell. So does
It,
that mean I can do it without taking my action now? Like just if I'm still having
um,
concentration, or what?
yeah, you still get concentration with it, so you can still use its features.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else I need to see. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Um, I am going to use my action to uh go here and make Stardust invisible.
Ooh, I like it. All right, so you cast invisibility, and she winks out of existence as far as most people are concerned. I love it. All right, and so
All right.
Stardust's turn is up next. She gets a little bit away from him. He does take a very inaccurate swipe at her. Um, it's, 6.
I believe she had a lightning chant going.
She does. She wanted to get a little distance from this guy before she blasts him, though.
Okay, fair enough.
So -5. And he does not connect. As he tries to hit her, he swings and he misses. She gets a little distance, and then she does appear as she shouts very powerfully, "Call or conjure, call lightning!" You might want to dodge, Faust, she said. Or
Oh,
no,
I Dropped
She's gonna
away.
hit his. She's gonna hit his clavicle right here, so it doesn't connect with you.
Whoop.
And how much did I buff that damage by? Because it's a lot.
And she gets a +5 accuracy to this, or
Not quite. There's call lightning. Okay, so it's yeah, it's a lot. It's 3 times willpower plus 27, so that's going to be 12. I think he's dead. Let me double check itself. Oh yeah, he did. So he falls to the death's door state as a gigantic bolt of lightning streaks down from the sky and smites him where he stands. Her storm cloud over here is quite large and big, and it just totally evaporates him. He crumples to the ground. He is still barely hanging on to life. You are barely hanging on to him, and that is her turn. And so Bone Butt would go, and so let's see if Bone Butt even lives. He might pass away from our world right now. Nope, he is still barely hanging on. You are welcome to do whatever you wish to him. You could try to finish him off. You could try to restrain him, mind control him, whatever you wish. Faust would get to
well,
decide first.
Oh. Uh. Weird question, but is there anything interesting slash unusual about this giant ass skeleton?
Nothing besides its size and the fact that it's probably an ogre, or maybe a lesser giant like a hill giant, because it is quite tall. It's about 15 foot tall, which is a bit tall for an ogre. Most ogres are around 10 foot tall. So you would assume it's probably been a hill giant, which, tend to be quite difficult to kill, for the average adventurer, especially. So you do kind of understand that this would be a particularly troublesome necromancer if that is who raised this particular creature.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Does anyone else want the kill shot?
Does it?
You'll-
Do you
I
guys
was
want to control his mind first, or
I was digging around in there. I believe I got all I needed from him.
Alright, cool. Thumbs up. I stab a guy.
all right. So go ahead and just roll an attack and make sure it hits, and then all you gotta do is just roll the d6. As long as you don't roll a one. Oh, you rolled a one. So you go to
It's just
strike,
my
and as
name.
you do, he kind of like recoils a little bit, and you fall off him, and you fall right here. You do still have your second attack, however.
Surely you
Slug it
don't
up.
fail again.
That would be incredible if I do.
I had 4 6s in a row critting people last night. The dice are
Yeah.
deadly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick it in the shins.
All right. Not the shin bones.
Shin bone. I don't know what the plus is for that.
It's fine. Just roll a d6. It'll probably hit.
Okay.
Unless you roll another one. Nope. So it can
all right?
die on a. It dies. All right. So it
Woo!
falls. The magical essence completely leaking out of it. I will say, as adventurers, you do know that skeletons leak mana ether, and if collected, an alchemist could turn that into mana potions. And this guy could probably generate quite a few mana potions. So for those
I'm
empty
done with that.
health potions or any other vials you might have handy, collecting that could be particularly useful. And our monster hunter would be the one that tells you this.
Hmm.
'Cause we do have a hunter in the party.
I'm an arcanist, so
I do like alchemy.
Alchemy is fun. So there might be an alchemist in town, you just never know. They're a pretty common feature of most settlements.
Mm-hmm.
Faz, you're the one who used a health potion, so if you have an empty vial, you could collect some.
Oh, that's true. I do that.
Awesome. So you got 1 vial of ether, and I'm assuming you guys probably would carry a few vials on you just in case. And so if you wish to collect more, there's probably at least 4 ether worth of vials for 4 mana pots.
We'll get a skeleton of mana from this.
Yeah. And this might be a good time for a quick little break. I know I need to use the DM's room real fast, and so
Mm-hmm.
do we want to take a quick little
No worries.
5 minute?
Sounds good.
We'll do the same.
Awesome. I will be right back.
You know, the guild didn't tell me they were sending extra people here.
Well, I think it's lucky that we actually crossed paths here.
Yeah, maybe a bit. This guy wasn't a pushover.
Oh, knocks on skull.
So, I was digging around trying to find out who made this guy. There was someone called Necrisma, I think.
Huh. So there is some sort of conjurer, or I guess,
Yeah.
puppet master of some kind. I
His
was wondering if
specific
they were
order
around.
his specific order was to kill Stardust, so I'll talk to her about that. See if she recognizes the name, can point us in the right direction. Give us
Yeah,
something to
for
go off
something
of.
that recent, that's very unusual.
Mhm.
So not just a random straggler from some lost necromancy town or whatever else.
Yeah. Whew. So how's the weather?
I look up. It exists, and it's not on fire, which I appreciate.
Is it still stormy from Stardust?
It lasts for
Probably.
about 5 rounds left, so it's still a little stormy, but she dismisses it as it is no longer needed, and I am back.
All right.
Huzzah.
Well, I just communicated to the party what I found out, so it's not metagaming if they know it now.
Exactly.
Woo.
Also, I would like to talk to Stardust about that.
Sure. So Stardust is breathing a little heavy. She's like, "Oh, sometimes being the matron of the town is a little rough."
Yeah, I can imagine if you get guests like that often.
No, unfortunately and fortunately, that is the first time we've ever had a guest that large and imposing and painful as she's bleeding a little bit. She starts to heal herself and then remembers very quickly that she has no morale points left, so she stops and says, perhaps a short rest is in order. Shall we? She gestures to the
Yeah.
large hall over here. We'll just toss everybody in there for now. And
Oh,
oh, there we go. All right. So I think everybody's back. So, with that, you guys are invited into her manse, and it is quite cozy in here, full of plants, very well maintained plants, of course, being a druid. And you guys get to have a nice feast. It was getting approaching nighttime by the time you guys got here. And so we'll
according to
transition the scene.
Faust, his plus 15 feet, he's actually on the roof right now.
Oh,
He's not in
What
the
if he
dining hall with
could?
us.
that's
It's like,
great.
screw this socialization, hides away. But yeah, no,
He's
hell.
watching from the top window.
I love it. I love it. All right, let me transition to night. I'll fix that real quick. 0.
Oh wow, it's good.
All right.
Ooh, that's
A
very
cutscene's
dark,
gonna
actually.
happen.
It is. Let me put a light source in here. All right, there we are. So it's really quite cozy now. The two guards are taking turns on their shifts. One of them cannot thank you enough. I believe it was Faust. Is that correct? That saved his life.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. He's like, I owe you so much, my family. They would be in a very bad state without me to bring home the bacon, as it were. We actually don't eat pork here, no pigs. But yes, I cannot thank you enough. Here, please have our family savings. And he offers you 200 gold.
Faust just sort of he looks like he's very awkward about it. Like, sure, adrenaline and everything is fine, but the moment that someone's actually talking to him as a person, he doesn't know what to do with his hands anymore. So he
I
just
love
sort
it.
of mumbles and accepts and like, okay, thanks. This is quite a lot. Thank, thank you.
Mhm.
Um, just shuffles to the other side.
I love it. I love it. He says, well, I must tend to my duties. You never know if more zombies are going to show up, so I will leave you to it. And he exits through the window, apparently. Alrighty. So, you guys have had a good break. Everyone's recovered all their morale points. Stardust,
Including Stardust?
yep, she's fully up there.
Okay.
And so she says, "So, we have a few options. We could travel through the night and attempt to thwart this necromancer, this uh, I'm blank as it
Necrisma?
Necrisma, thank you. I was blanking as the DM, not as Stardust. Stardust
Yeah.
says, so Necrisma, regular witch of a person, if you ask me. Very vile necromancer. We had a bad run-in with her in my adventuring days in the past before becoming a
Is she
matron.
your ex?
Oh God, no. Please, I have standards, and she is far beneath them. Um, I love it. And so she says that there was a evil guild that they thwarted in the past, and she was among the higher ups of the guild. And so this is probably a personal vendetta. They definitely have beef with each other. And so she says, but Necrisma was never this strong before, could have never raised such a powerful skeleton in her past. So she must have come upon some vile thing that's allowing her to have such control over the undead that she lacked before. And this is deeply concerning.
Hmm. Well,
So sounds like she's got some sort of tome or some sort of ancient relic, if I had to guess, allowing her to do this.
Very possibly so.
That is more than a little concerning.
So, shall we off now or wait till the day? I'm fine with either outcome. She probably would
is
not
there
expect us at night.
is there a place to obtain equipment and just jangle the big bag of coins I got?
Oh, yes, we
Where'd
do
you
have a
get
general
that?
store.
Cool.
Faust,
Hmm.
where'd you acquire such currency?
Jerks a thumb to the guard who left.
It was a tip.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah,
So,
if we're planning to go after some necromancers, it might be good to stock up on uh, appropriate equipment, probably some holy vials, some blessed whatever else they have here. Uh,
sadly, we do lack a holy person in this town, so the blessed waters would not floweth freely, unfortunately. I
hmm,
tend to manage most of the needs of the town with my druidic magics, you see. So we
I see.
have, until recently, had no need of a person of the clerical persuasion. Um, Unfortunately, that is the case because they would be quite useful against a necromancer such as Necrisma.
I've had some bad experiences with clerics. They tend to jump to conclusions.
You know,
Faust just sort of like
understandable.
chuckles to himself. He's like, yeah.
So, fun fact: if a cleric is in your party as an undead, just as an aside, you are subjected to their features if they use an area effect feature around you. Just as a cautionary
Yeah.
tale,
I
turn
had a
undead.
feeling clerics wouldn't work with undead.
They can. You just got to plan things out very carefully.
Yeah.
For the speeding of time, would it be easy to say that Faust will get sort of like generic pack of mundane adventuring items, and I'll just
Sure.
like make a call as like, hey, would it make sense that he has X, Y, Z?
Yeah, like ball bearings, extra vials.
Yes, ball
Um,
bearing, small pocket mirror,
yep,
probably crowbar,
yep, for sure.
rope.
Don't forget the bedrolls.
Gotta have bedrolls. Yep, and all that would fit in your pack. It would add a little weight to your character, but I think you have a little weight allowance on that
Yeah,
chart. Let me go double check. I don't think you're encumbered.
I probably won't need the bedroll if we're just in a small party and still relatively close to town.
Yeah. So your physique is 2, so your carrying capacity is actually 4. I forgot to fix that. And so yeah, you have 2 weight capacity left, so that's definitely enough for all that stuff.
Gonna make sure to also bring some spare vials that hopefully don't smash so easily.
Yes, for sure. Okay, so you managed to acquire your stuff. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do before you head off, either in the morning or at night?
Back to strategy talk real quick. Undead don't sleep. I would know. So if we attack at night, I have a feeling we're only putting ourselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
Because I mean, they're probably still gonna have skeletons and zombies walking around.
Not to
This
mention
is
night
true.
vision.
This is
So
true.
I say we just give ourselves the best chance and strike a day.
Maybe get some actual food
Uh,
too.
Yeah.
As much as I would love to fight now, I'll wait. If that's what you, if
Don't
that's
worry,
what you advise.
there'll be plenty of fighting tomorrow.
Do, 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 do. Dawn of the
And a
next
little
day.
quick roll. 1d20.
Oh, yeah, gotta see what changes.
Let's see, a 2. What's 2? I need to crack open that list again. Half. No, wait, not half. 112 height. I shrink again. I seem even shorter than before.
I love it. Let me
You know, you
keep
appear to be
time.
growing the opposite direction, Fez. Is that something unique to you?
It's a side effect. It's
Meow, meow, meow.
It's a very, very long story, but I'm stuffed with unstable magic. It's not uh contagious. It's just what I have to deal with.
Stardust is kind of fluttering around you, and she says, "Oh, at this height, you actually do seem a bit more handsome."
This is sweats. Cool. Adventuring time. Okay, bye.
I love it. Okay,
Come on,
so
pals,
you
play it cool,
guys,
play it cool.
I love it. All right, so
Boss,
Stardust
if you need a
leaves.
wingman, I got you.
I
Oh,
love it. I love it. All right, so Stardust leaves and with you guys and follows you northwards to where we would be traveling towards the.
oh god, I just realized he's now Chill Chuck.
Oh, that's funny.
That's
All right,
fine.
let's see here. I gotta find my right map so we don't go to the wrong place. Forest Bridge. There we are. Make sure I remove certain peoples from the map. Add certain peoples to the map. And copy. Yeah, I learned I could just copy paste stuff between maps. I'm like, oh, that's so much faster. All right, that should be everybody. Oh, it kind of dropped you all in one spot. Let me spread you out a little bit. Okay. And we activate the map. All right. So hopefully it should move you guys over. I'm gonna go grab something out of the refrigerator super quick and just be back in like 30 seconds.
Oh, forest.
So cat.
Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
I haven't eaten today, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to feel it. So, you guys come upon the forest, and Stardust lets you know that this is, as far as she is aware, one of the only ways to head toward the destination without flying. And since she's the only flight capable person, and it would even take her quite a while to fly that distance, she recommends that we head this direction.
Uh, Real quick, how often do I recover mana?
Mana recovers once every minute, so you recover it very quickly out of
Okay.
combat.
Then could I give us all illusionary disguise and make us look like undeads?
You absolutely could.
All right. I'd like to have them match my physique and see if we can maybe get closer than normal without alarming them.
Love it. Okay. So, uh, you don the disguise of undead, and we have two little tiny undead, along with two medium-sized undead, and that is how we are currently.
All right.
Quick AFK. Gonna also take a 2-minute break. BRB.
Yeah, no rush. If anybody else needs to go to the bathroom or something, this is probably a good time. Okay. As far as what you see
So,
around you, you're in a deep forest. You can see a little bit of a bridge ahead over here. Not too much further than that, though, with your current vantage.
all right. Do we see any smoke?
Nope, no smoke.
Okay.
You do see a little bit of a tent peeking out over here. Sriracha on rice is surprisingly tasty, by the way, unlike fried rice.
Oh, it's fucking delicious.
Hmm.
Fried rice is good in general. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. You didn't really miss much.
All right.
We've noticed a
Yeah,
tent in the
I could
distance.
still hear you guys. I was just muted.
Oh, perfect. Yay for wireless
So I
headsets.
imagine we should probably go check out the camp, see if there's anyone there.
Worth a shot.
They totally won't be scared by 4 undead walking towards them.
I'm gonna try to stealth it, especially with my tiny form.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and roll a
I'll let you
d6
take the
plus
lead,
your
Faust.
stealth score.
What is my stealth score?
It should be a 4 for an adventure.
Do I get any bonuses for being small?
You can hide behind things easier,
Mhm.
as far as like being in a bush, like a small potted plant.
1d6 plus 4, you said?
Yes, sir.
1d6 plus 4?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Gets overconfident about being small, I suppose.
Well, we could do. We could level up to 2. I think that would be fun to try that out. So you'll each get your class bonus hit points and increased
I thought it
health.
was already 2.
We were last time.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so the only thing that changes is you get your level 2 features. And for you, you do have the Skulker feature, which gives you advantage on your hide roll.
Ah.
That's better. All right, you are successfully hidden by just a
You
bit.
did it. Congrats.
Huzzah. So yeah, I want to make my way over as... I don't know what my distance would be like this.
It's the same. You still have the 6 movement, but you also, well, you're not a Fey. I was about to say you have a 3 flying to increase your altitude, but you do not. You're just running through the forest. Very quickly, in fact,
Yeah.
but still small.
Yeah. Whee! So I think it's like there's some bushes around over here-ish.
Okay. So, you do see another skeleton over in this area, because of course you would. They're everywhere in this place.
Huh.
Let me pull one up. Um, it's actually not holding a bow like this one is, but it appears to be doing something with a book on the desk. And now that you're closer, you can see there is a big honkin' skeleton like before, right here. That appears to be
Oh.
guarding a bridge. And you are very much unnoticed.
I'm gonna turn back to my party and just sort of try to pantomime stabbing and then hold my hands together to indicate something small and point towards the tent, and then bigger stabbing, show arms apart to show something big and point to the bridge.
I love it. They can just barely make out what you're doing from the distance,
Mm-hmm.
and they grok what you're saying. You get a little bit of a translation from your pixie friends.
What is he on about, Bonesy? What the heck? What? Then Stardust obviously explains it.
So, how to proceed is the question. The skeleton is very much distracted with his book. There is a chest right here, three vials or large bottles, excuse me, vases, one might say, right here, and a barrel and an unlit campfire.
Is this just Faust, or are we all moving in?
Deal?
I'm just over here. Do we have a strategy? Someone could either indicate that I return to you guys or something.
You said it was a skeleton, right?
I gestured basically small combat towards tent or big combat towards bridge.
Why don't... Hmm. Yeah, there's a big guy.
Yes.
Do you think we could sneak past him? Like, as... Well, he'd probably ask us about the charisma. Why don't we see if we can talk to the small guy?
You could attempt.
Yep, we would
Attempt.
have the high ground right over here before
That's
getting
true
to
if
the
we
tent.
stay on the hill.
You can read his mind, or possibly before we head down. So
Yep. So it does make an audible noise when you cast a spell. We could always cast it beforehand and move up closer.
I'm gonna take out my bow in the meantime.
I do have a teleport spell. I think it's just one target.
Yep.
Yeah, spatial translation. No. Yes, that is it.
So many options.
Hmm. Let's see. So you said there was a skeleton reading the book in the tent?
Mm-hmm.
And casting a spell makes a noise.
You are
But
far
he's
enough away
in
that it probably would not be audible by that distance.
Okay. Can I invade mind again and see what he's reading?
Absolutely.
All right, then I'd like to do that.
Okay, so you cast Invade Mind, and then you need to sneak up closer a little bit to be in range.
All right.
Let's go ahead and roll a stealth roll.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll the d6.
All
That
right.
fails. I don't need to know my bonus.
Yep. So we'll roll that you approach him and you accidentally step on a twig about right here.
Okay.
Who goes there?
From a friend of the Charisma. Yeah.
Oh, that witch? Bleh, can't stand her.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? What a awful boss.
The rest of you come up, or do you stay back?
Wait, on hearing that, I'm just gonna like poke my head out like, wait, hold up, you're not with her?
Oh, gods, no.
Oh, who are you with?
Myself, me, and mine only. I am a
What about
wizard
that
of
big
some
guy?
renown. Oh,
I point at
one of Necrisma's annoying servants. Blocking my path, you see. I was traveling as a trader and a
uh,
mage of some renown, a wizard.
Ooh.
you got a name?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm
Wait,
Bonesy. These are my friends.
Ah,
Introductions.
Walter.
I'm.
Walter the Wise.
Oh,
Rizor,
uh,
nice to meet you.
I'm sure
I'm
it's a pleasure
boss.
for you to be in my presence. You surely have heard of
Sure.
me, Walter the Wise, yes.
Of course.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm
uh,
new here.
what was that book you were reading?
Oh, just poring over my old notes. I invented a new spell, you see, recently. It's the Animated Daggers of Anti-Theft. Unfortunately, I may have had a small error in my writing. You see, I wrote that my spell was so good it's almost like stealing, and then the moment I thought about stealing, my daggers activated, and well, you see where we are today. Upon closer inspection, you see there's a bunch of cut marks on his bones.
Ooh, cut right to the bone, did it?
Yes, as it were. As it were. Still worked like a
Huh.
charm, though, I tell you.
Sounds interesting, but oddly finicky.
Bit, I didn't quite tune it properly to be all theft of, intellectual property rights and a few other things apparently got mixed into the works.
All right.
Energy is very expensive.
You have any other spells you're working on?
Yes, Walter's whimsical wowing is one of my favorites.
What's it
What
do?
does? Yeah.
Yeah.
You see some like small sparkles kind of appear in the air and a few little prestidigitation like effects.
Ooh, okay.
A bit to, entertain the children, really. Teach them a little about basic magics.
Can I ask why you're here? We're on our way to solve a problem with incredible violence. Um, why are
Exceptional
you?
violence, you say. To Necrisma?
Yes.
I endorse this.
No, it's
She once took control of me? It was, hideous.
Oh God, is she able to do that to undead?
Yes,
yeah.
unfortunately.
I've seen it happen. You pit two
Interesting.
necromancers against each other, and they start fighting over who owns what.
I may have to. Ooh, okay. Well, I trust this man. I'll let him in. I may have to. See, we're not actually undead. I'm the only actual undead.
Ah, revenant, I
I
see.
disguise them, but I may have to change my own form if she thinks she can control me. I'll have to make her think she can.
Yes, that would be a wise choice for sure.
Would
Um,
you Would you like to come with us?
well, I'm a merchant, you see, and I do have a bit of a problem. Gestures over to the large skeleton.
I also
Quite.
feel
Oh,
it would be too much of a risk if she can control undead. She might control Walter immediately upon seeing him.
well,
Rue.
Walter could help us at least get to her and leave before actually approaching her individually.
Sorry if you hear grunting, it's my pig.
No worries. For now, we can clear the bridge for him. Mutual benefit. He'll help us get to her, and before we arrive to her, he can go his own way.
Do you sell magical wares, sir?
No, not at the moment. I do have some back in my shoppy, you see, back in where I'm from. But, it's a illustrious town, you see. A
Oh,
bit
connections
bigger
for
than
later.
Quaintsville.
What's the name?
Illustrious town.
Oh, okay.
Anything you could inform us before we go on and uh, get rid of this problem?
Well, he is apparently programmed to guard the bridge. I don't know what additional guidance he was provided, but as with all
So I
skeletons,
just
they must
mean in
follow it to
general
the letter.
for the lady in question. Like, does she like fireball? What can we expect? What do you know of her?
Well, she is a tried and true necromancer. Nothing particularly flashy or fancy last time I encountered her. We had a bit of a wizard duel, you see, and unfortunately I did not come out the victor. as she managed to control my mind before I could blow her up.
Ah,
Well, if we help you with this skeleton problem on the bridge, are you willing to provide us some wares?
All right, so we got to try to persuade him. So
Okay.
let's roll a. By default, it's your spirit unless you have persuasion proficiency, and then it's double your spirit plus your d6.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna roll the d6, and then, man, I can't catch a break.
You cannot, unfortunately. All right, so how do you try to persuade? Let's make it a funny thing.
All right. So if we um help you with this bone guy, are you willing to give us everything for free?
uh,
Just make it out of the
Um,
Well,
out of
you
the
see,
question.
I've never heard of this word before. Free, you say? Does that mean at an exorbitant rate?
Free means you would take all the loss on the property.
I mean,
Out
I
of the
would.
question.
is it possible any of us can still persuade, or
Sure, you absolutely
okay?
can.
Who has the best persuasion stat at this point? Because I don't know if mine does. I
uh,
I could intimidate, but I don't know if
Go.
we really want to go that situation. So
let's see.
I would say adventure probably has persuasion. I think
I'm trying to find where that would be.
it would be at the very top of your character
uh,
sheet or in the bottom of the chart. Actually, you do not have persuasion. Funny enough,
Incredible.
of your 13 skills that you know.
yeah, I have athletics, leadership, grapple, intimidate, precision. I
Yeah,
mean,
I imagine Faust like opens mouth, closes mouth. Anyway, turns to skeleton. Business time.
I
does
love it.
Stardust have anything?
She could attempt, and she says, "Now, you do realize I am the matron of Quaintsville, and we could perhaps arrange for a trade deal. Perhaps a caravan could even be provided to assist you with your ample goods that you carry with you."
Karen would be pretty sweet, actually.
That sounds like a sweet deal.
And she rolled
Holy
a crit.
shit!
Ooh,
So she hit him exactly where he's at. He's like,
We
"Oh,
can
oh, a
offer
trade
protection.
deal, you say? Yes. I would be more than happy to assist you with clearing the bridge, as it were, and with any other assistance you might require."
Hmm. Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea of how we could deal with the skeleton. It's gonna
Oh.
take everyone working together on it.
Oh, do tell.
So, I do a little bit of magic of my own, and what I was thinking is I can draw him out a little bit, draw him to where he's on the in the middle of the bridge. Perhaps we could take out part of it, and he'll fall down.
That does leave us the question of how to use the bridge after, though.
Mm-hmm.
True. Let's
Honestly, if
see.
we can get the rope or some, I take out rope that I recently bought. Haha. Honestly, if
Ah,
we could get just one of his legs to topple off of the bridge, it might be enough.
perhaps a
also,
good kick would do it.
I can leap
This is true.
across.
If we could use force to just push him off.
Mm-hmm. Just gotta topple him in some way. It's a pretty narrow bridge, and I don't think he's the most dexterous of skeletons.
I also know telekinesis. I could help with
Hey,
that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
As a fun spoiler, we had someone that used telekinesis to throw their cart across the bridge one down on a different group coming through here. It was really funny. They did it up here. They just
Yeah.
they yeeted it across to right here, and they rolled a 6 on their roll. So I was like, and it comes to a perfect stop right across the edge.
wow, Tokyo drifted.
For real.
Let's see.
Alright,
Hmm.
so how will we do this?
So I have a couple options. I can
Mm-hmm.
compel him to move, I can telekinesis him and hopefully drag him. I can direct him. I could probably. We'll see what I could do with that. But I've got a couple different things to throw him into the water.
That's a good protocol.
So that would be a good plan A. Plan B?
So does this guy look like the skeleton we fought before? Or is
Very
he
similar.
very similar?
Now,
Okay,
with all
so
skeletons, you don't know what spells they might be imbued with, but the other one didn't appear to have any magical spells imbued with him.
we could probably just take him down, but I don't think we should fight on the bridge at the very least. We need to attack at range from here.
All I got is little flimsy toothpick arrows right now. He just holds up little tiny sticks.
Itty bitty arrows.
Itty bitty arrows.
Well,
I
think
don't
of it
know
as precision shots.
So
What
Stardust
would be
says,
fun is if we could ram him in some way.
Stardust, do you have any ideas?
as a plan C, I can always just lob some lightning at him.
I am a fan of lightning.
Or if
I
we could
mean,
restrain him in some way, or perhaps funnel him with our burly fellow here to block the bridge while we ensure his demise, would also be a good option, perhaps.
Most I can think of is getting a rope around his leg and possibly just pulling on it or tripping him in some way.
We're making all these plans. Why don't we see if we can get plan A to work? Because that might save us some trouble.
sorry, I was on a phone call. What was plan A again? Pretend I
Throw him
heard
in
it.
the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that does not work, I can also leap strike and then hopefully grab him. Last resort, obviously.
All right.
Yeah.
But
So we ready?
I
Yeah, sure.
will also say, because this might be an opportune moment to try this out, you can do a block, a parry, or a dodge action as your action on your turn, which increases your defense by a lot. But the real benefit of it is if you get critically hit, it does not do double damage. So if you were to try to, for example, like hold your ground right here against him to make sure he has to stay on the bridge as a warrior, that might be a good use of that ability.
all right. So I move over, and then I block, right, or parry.
Yeah, block works for you. It'd be a little bit better because you again
Okay.
treat your weapons as if they were shields. All right, so you come up to him and you cross your blades and you're just ready for this guy. Your scimitar is at the ready. And upon stepping on the bridge, you hear it shout, "I'm troll and you pay toll, or no go across bridge, or face my edge." That rhymes in troll. It's hard to translate.
We get it. You're trolling.
A little bit.
Anyways,
A little bit.
Does he have a money pouch?
well, I need to
Prison
get through here,
pocket.
so we're gonna have to do the ladder here.
So, what was the answer on that money pouch thing?
Prison pocket.
Ah,
He turns around and right
wait,
on his
wait.
tailbone, there's a little coin pouch on his tailbone.
Huh.
It took me a second.
They never look there, you see.
Shitty
I
prison.
didn't even know skeletons had that.
What do you mean, skeleton?
Oh,
Yikes.
troll. My bad.
You pay troll toll or go.
Steps forward a little
Yeah,
bit.
I think we'll be going and just initiate combat.
Yeah.
All right, so let's roll initiative.
Woo.
1-6. A 2 improvement.
Oh, 1, because I always roll bad.
Oh,
We are
worse
all
than,
rolling bad.
wait, but we're not worse than Bone Butt.
Yeah.
We beat Bone Butt. That's all that matters.
Because I love this particular show.
Steak meaner. I love it if you guys know where that's from.
No.
Boondocks.
Oh yeah, I've
They're
wanted to watch that show.
Yeah, they're a real crotchety old guy. All right, so we got Boney, we got Prezzer, we got Faust. I need to not roll a 1. Okay. So you guys do your team up turn. He goes last. It's easy enough to remember. Um, so what to do? What to do? So Flutie, Stardust rather, starts to cast a chant, recite a chant, and she says, "I will restrain him should all of our particular efforts fail. And much like this merchant's goods hopefully are not spoilage, I will wrap him up in some foliage." And that is her chant. And so you guys are in a team up round. You're welcome to do however you wish, since pretty much everybody tied or got close to it. So resolve as you wish.
Oh wait, all three of us are in a teamwork.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, do we want to do my telekinesis and then see where it goes? Because your guys' attacks aren't going to matter if that works.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait it out and see what happens first.
Okay. So I'm
All
going
right.
to
I'll be waiting
attempt
my bow.
that. Concentration 12.
Okay.
I want to push him.
Okay, so he sees you start to cast something, and he goes for a counter spell. So you're going to have to give me a resist roll.
Okay.
A prevention roll for resisting. And you
There's
are
the
good.
6.
There it be. You can roll a 6 when you really need to. All right, so he points his blade at you and says, "Counter spell." Like that.
Counter spell, counter spell.
Yep.
Wow.
You can counter a counter spell too. But
Well, I
there's no need.
succeeded.
You resisted. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so you go to telekinetically push him. And are you going to be pushing him northwards or southwards?
Which way is the river flowing?
The river is flowing from north to south, so this way.
Then I'll throw him southwards. He'll be someone else's problem.
Exactly. All right, so he has to make a resist.
Get washed, idiot.
Damn it.
Oh, he makes it. So you
Oh,
try to push
okay.
him, and then you feel his mind resist, and you're actually exceptionally surprised that this particular creature might be a little more intelligent than it lets on.
Hmm. We'll have to figure it out
Smarter
somehow else.
than you. He spits, and a little blue mana kind of goes flying this way.
Can I take an arrow shot to his knee?
You can. And you're trying to ruin all these adventures.
I guess that's plus 13, if I remember.
Yep, for a snipe. That'll hit for sure.
I want to destabilize him.
Destabilize. Alright, so similar hit points to before. Yeah, I probably didn't update his token name earlier when I put it on there. Alright, I just changed it. Alright, so snipe is 9 plus your stat is 3, so 12 damage. So 1, 8. Alrighty, do you go for a second snipe?
Yeah.
Womp womp. So that second one goes awry a little bit because as you hit him in the knee, he comes down a little bit on it, and your second hit was going to beautifully pierce right through the other arrow where it had just hit his second time. But he has moved, and so just
That's the
barely
problem
whipped
with
it.
skeletons. There's no flesh to hit.
I know. All right. Now, I will say as well, you guys do understand that crushing damage does double damage to skeleton because they're all bone. So bludgeoning damage, if you have any, is always quite good.
Do I
And
have any bludgeoning damage?
I don't think so
Or-
by default. But in the future, it might be a good idea to pick up a hammer, perhaps, as a backup weapon.
Okay.
I will say with
your greatsword that you have, it can be used to stab or slash, but your scimitars, which are your default weapons you start with out, are slashing weapons only. Fun fact, you
Yeah.
can technically backstab and use that maneuver with the greatsword, which is really fun.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the second level chants I can do. I don't think anything is useful in
Uh,
this
cha-
sense.
the challenge one might be pretty good to make sure he has to stay focused on you.
I will do that then. But will that
Uh,
take one of my two effects away, or two challenges, or
it,
whatever?
it would be your whole action to do a challenge like that. Challenge is very powerful though because it makes them have to target you or take some uh, stamina, or not stamina, morale damage. But you also do know that skeletons don't have morale, and so
Yeah.
it would probably just attack you, which is
I
what
have
we're
a
wanting
question.
anyways. But
For grab or kick, am I allowed to grab them and try to throw them off, or kick them off the bridge, or is
yep,
it just to kind of? Yeah, I get.
yep. Yeah, when you grab someone, you can try to move them, and so you could try to yank him off the bridge and let go, or you could just try to yeet him with a good kick.
All right, so I can do an attack, kick, and then do another attack if I miss.
Yep,
Right.
or kick first, or any order you wish.
I'll do. Will Fatal Strike injure the bridge? I'm at the leap
Leap
strike.
strike will not. Nope.
Okay. I will. I just want to make sure. I'll do full draw again. I'm guessing that's better than leap strike, even though I am 5 distance away. Still.
Yeah. You are right here. You got 10 distance between you and the creature. And so technically 15 because it starts at your space. But yeah, no, that would be definitely good if you hit with full draw. A little inaccurate, but just like last time, you know this guy's probably only got 10 armor.
Okay. I might as well do a full draw. Oh, will leap strike have a better accuracy? You think?
Yes, sleep strike would be more accurate.
I'll
Um,
I'll do leap strike then, because it's not that big of a difference damage
yep.
wise. Okay,
Hiya!
and yeah, I am 5 away, correct? So that would give
Yeah,
me the maximum amount of damage.
yep.
Okay, so that is 15 plus physique per one distance, 5. So I just roll, right?
Yep. And that'll hit. All right,
All
so
right,
you
perfect.
leap in with a rah, and you attack with both your weapons drawn. Um, I did forget to mention for you, when you get critical hits with your scimitars, they do recover stamina points for you. And I forget which weapon you're wielding. I think it's a orb
Wand.
wand, so you get extra accuracy with your attacks.
Okay.
She's wielding a scimitar, and you are wielding a sword, so you get to attack as part of your spell casts. Same for
So
Ludi.
in total, that'd be 15 plus physique. How much damage would that be?
19, I think.
Okay, 19. Now can I try to kick him before I do another attack?
Absolutely.
Obviously, I'm trying to kick him south.
Yep. So
Um,
you maneuver around as best you can to try to kick that direction.
yeah, I would move here, possibly, right?
Yep.
I'm
And
guessing.
he is 3 sizes larger than you, so or 2 sizes larger than you, so you can move under him and around.
Okay, okay, and let me see. Kick, stay in position.
All right. Let
Do
me
I have to
roll.
hit? I just roll.
Or no, sorry, he has to roll to try to avoid the kick.
Oh, okay.
He does have a pretty strong body, so there might be a decent chance that he does avoid it, but we will see. And just barely, I think that matches yours. It's 3 plus your technique, which I think your
So the
technique's a
kick,
+4.
yeah. So the kick doesn't work.
It does not work just barely, like it's right on the nose. So he got lucky with its roll and manages to almost topple over and fall down here, but regains its balance. Um, and yeah, so that costs a little stamina to do the attack initially for the leap in, a little stamina for right there. But as warriors, you've got plenty of stamina, so you're probably good.
And I don't think I can do another tactical maneuver, correct?
You can do as many tactical maneuvers as you have stamina for. The
Okay.
warriors
I
are
will
really
try.
good at that.
Then I will try to do grab and then try to push him off south.
All right, so he has to roll again to see if he gets grabbed from behind, and he does not. So you go to
Nope.
grab his femur, and he just kicks you off like you're an annoying flea.
All right. All right.
You're using all the right stuff. He's just getting lucky.
Uh, how much stamina do I have left? Can I just keep on doing
Um,
this?
yeah,
Technically.
technically, as long as you're using a different maneuver each time for the tactical maneuvers,
All
it
right. Then I will
does.
do kick again.
Okay. And he finally fails, and you do manage to kick him, which I believe moves 10 feet. Is that correct?
I think so.
Or two range?
Which is
Ah.
boom in the water.
Yep, he falls down and takes, let's see, gravity damage. So it's at least a 25-foot fall, so 5 times 3, 25, or excuse me, 5 times 3, 15, and it's bludgeoning damage for gravity, so he does break some bones on the way down and takes 30 points of damage.
All
Nice.
right. Perfect.
Very good for a kick. And he is down in the ravine below, and he is prone.
Is he going down the river, or he's just stuck there at the moment?
He is stuck there. He's quite large and is landed on the rock down here, so he's kind of clutching onto the rock with his shield arm.
Okay, then I will. Obviously, I'm not going to do any more tactical maneuvers, but I will do my last shot. I'll
A
do
full
full
draw.
draw.
That's
Yep.
so cinematic to think about that. So you run up to the skeleton, you leap strike him, you go under his legs, you go to give him a good kick, and it doesn't quite work. You go to grab him, doesn't quite work, but you get that last kick in there, and then you pull out your bow and do a shot. Now that's a turn. I like it. All right.
And
That's a
boom.
crit. I love it.
All
That's
right.
gonna really hurt. So full draw is how much? Is it 2 times or 3 times physique? I think it's three.
It says 2 times.
Oh, 2 times?
I'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 times.
So 8 plus 15 is 21 times 2 is 42. Not bad. He is now bloodied with.
Okay, and that should end my turn, right?
It should. And that was a turn. Holy crap. Warriors are fun. That was a lot. That's awesome. I haven't actually seen someone pull off a good move like that on a warrior yet. So really fun. Good turn. I love it. Love to see it. All right, who's
I wouldn't
left?
have thought of it if the strategy wasn't to get him off the bridge. So
Hey, using that environment.
yeah.
It's the most damage I've seen with a kick so far. All right, who has not gone yet? So we've had our telekinetic shove.
House.
Faust.
Yeah. Given the skeleton is now in the ravine, how much of a concern does it look like he is?
Well, we have no idea if it can crawl out of the ravine or not. You do see that there is an incline here that looks a bit perhaps climbable, especially for one such as its size.
Aha. Uh,
The skeleton still has not gone on its turn yet. It will go after the players. And Pluty, or excuse me, Stardust is still chanting.
yeah, just good old reliable arrows for the time being. They're
All
just
right.
plink plonk.
You have to get a little bit closer to be able to see him, but I can move you there
Yeah,
for
I
you.
could like scoot over.
Yoink. All right,
Not
that'll
bad.
hit.
Yeah, so.
The first snipe hits, and I'll eventually remember this damage. It's 3 plus 9, 12. So that's 85.
Huzzah.
And another one hits. So that's 73. I'm getting better at my subtraction. My meds are kicking in. Woohoo! All right.
I think we can also step back so I'm not immediately within his reach, or at least I assume his reach.
Yep, so you probably got 2 movement back. So there we go.
Yeah.
Awesome. So now it is its turn. You see it start to shriek, and it casts a spell. Come to my aid, brethren.
Oh shit.
As a reaction, can I cast Nick of Time? Well, time dilation using Nick of Time.
Yes, I believe you can.
Okay. Um. So that
I
would
think
be
it
one
just takes.
focus charge,
Yep,
but it means that he'll be
happen.
slowed, and that'll take one extra turn to come into effect, right?
That is correct. Using your class features well. And zip those back away. So you see him come right, my brethren. And so while that's going on, that is its turn. It does attempt to start climbing out while doing this, and it makes it about 3 squares of movement, so about right there.
All
Perfect.
right.
You guys are wrecking this poor thing. I forgot to make its health visible. Whoops. Let me do that. Maybe there's something missing.
Isn't Mr. Bonesworth or whatever his name is? Has he had his turn, or
Yep,
is he not gonna?
that was his turn. Oh, Mr. Bonesworth,
Oh,
yes. The wizard.
Not stink.
All right. I forgot about him. Good call, good call. So he casts Arcane Barrage. And so he is a wizard of some renown, and so it does 5 damage times 3 if it hits. And that's definitely a hit. And definitely a crit. And definitely another hit. So, I gotta do math now. Let's see. So
This
5
guy's about to take him
plus
down.
6. Yeah, actually.
I'm
So
actually fucking killing
5,
it.
right? Let's see. 5 plus 6 is 11 per bolt times 4. So 44 damage. Ouch. Leaves him at 19? No, 29 health. Yeah, 29 health. So you see 3 bolts fly out. One hits him straight in the head, the other 2 on each clavicle. He says, I still got it. And that is the very, very action-packed first round.
Free action. I give a polite clap.
Let's go.
Yo. All right, so just the start of the round. Stardust completes the ritual, the chant. And so this thing actually has no spirit. Well, actually, no, it would have some spirit, but not much. Not enough. And so it is ensnared in vines that cause it to bleed and to have to move at half of its normal speed.
All right.
So quarter now.
Yep. I forgot those do stack. So yeah, I can only move, of its 8 squares, it can only move 2.
Bro's got no movement anymore.
Yep. Pretty much.
By the
It's really low.
by the way, a question: do we have extra vials? So if let's say we do kill him, we're able to pick up that essence still, or
I
Yeah.
believe that was part of your bag, right?
Yep. Well, that's
Okay.
what I made sure to bring over.
okay, cool. Just because I don't want to kick him out again, because he's already low. We can probably kill him now.
Yeah,
Get
I want
that
the
extra-
money too.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be the one grabbing it though. One of you guys can do that.
At this point, he's already almost dead. Might as well get the benefits and loot from it.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
Alrighty.
whose turn?
Team up turn. So she went with her turn and immobilized it, or snared it and caused it to bleed. And it is quite low.
Whose turn?
He's on the mountain, right? It's a team up turn.
Oh, team up.
Yeah.
You haven't got to use your offensive spells. You want to try one of those out?
I was thinking my guy's more of a
Supporting?
non-violent type, so I'm trying to
Okay,
do everything to support. So I'll
I
let one
like
of them
it.
finish him off.
Awesome. And it is definitely slowed down, so I believe that's a -5 on the defense, unless I forgot my own game.
Yeah.
And if we kill him at that specific spot, nothing will like fall down into the river. It's like he's securely
Yeah,
on land. Okay, cool.
yeah.
Do you want to go first, or me, because I feel like soon enough he's gonna go down.
Eventually.
Yep. -5 defense, movement halved, executing attack maneuver only allows one attack, casting a spell resolved after 1 round, reciting chant resolved after 2 rounds, and haste will remove the curse. He was secretly a wizard.
I mean, I can go first. Leap strike is obviously more effective than
I would
the
say
bow
with
attack, right?
Well, I would say in this circumstance, the bow would probably do more damage because he is already slowed down, so he's easier to hit. So that
Oh, okay then.
yeah, that +0 accuracy is less of a problem when your teammates set him up for you. So
Oh, then I'll do full draw here
awesome.
as well.
Let's roll it. You only got to beat a 5 technically, and that's enough to beat a 5 by exactly 2. So full draw hits. And what did we say that was? It was 15 times 3 physique. Is that right?
Yeah,
So 12 plus
it is
15.
2, by the way. Yep,
Yep. Oh,
2
2.
times.
Okay. Yeah, I knew I had to have changed that because I know it was a little OP at 3. So 8 plus 15 is this guy is almost dead. He's got 5 hit points left. Do you take another shot?
Does bash really do much? No, it's just mana. Okay, never mind. Yeah, might as well just do it again. I'd do another shot.
All right. Maybe a snipe this time just to make 100% sure you hit.
Yeah, thank you
Awesome.
for letting me know that.
Yeah, no problem. So as long as you don't roll a 1, you got a kill. Or he's at least going down.
Yeah, perfect.
And he is
That's not a
down.
1.
All right. So he is knocked prone, falling over with vines wrapped around him, and just not having a good day while being slowed. So, oh, mercy.
Yeah, it's not fun
Please.
when your spells get countered, is it?
No, it's not. Mercy. Troll have family. This job to support 12 kids with 3 wives and a
You need to invest in some
mistress.
protection spells.
For real.
You're not helping your
For
case,
real.
buddy.
Honesty
We do not
best
care.
policy.
Fair enough.
It's
Give
like
us 2/3 your money.
With
why?
How's that sound? How's that sound?
but feed family hard, very hungry kids.
I mean, we can kill you now and take all the money. Your choice.
I'd prefer to go with the sparing option so they still got their dad.
Wasn't he working for the necromancer lady?
Yes.
We thought so at least, but we never actually checked.
Yeah,
Oh.
we just kind of ambushed this guy.
Can we? I intimidate him
Okay.
with the with you're gonna lose all your money if you don't just give up at this point.
Okay, go ahead and roll your intimidation check with advantage because he's very much in a bad spot.
Obviously I don't know the stats, so I'm just gonna do the D6. Ooh, I'm guessing that's good still.
That's enough. Well, roll
Okay.
twice and take the better 2 because you get advantage since I'm granting you that based on circumstance. Oh, still works.
Oh, it's fine.
Well, I'm taking it. I'm taking the 2. Okay.
Taking the 2. Alrighty, so he says, "Here, please take money, but save me," as it makes its first death save.
All right. Do
And
I
he
have
comes
anything
back
to
at
help
1
him?
health point. So
All
it
right.
stands up and looks at you guys very menacingly at its 1 health point and hands you, puts its sword in the ground, lays down its large shield, reaches it back behind itself, and from its prison pocket, or where it used to be, provides a gold coin pouch worth 5,000 gold.
I'm stuck under a skeleton.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, move you.
Are we
I can
are we taking all his money?
You said 2/3.
Please,
Yeah.
please take all. Just leave. Leave be.
Go find Bridge
All right.
elsewhere.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
We'll
trying
take
to
all of it
rob
then.
adventurers is not really a good long-term strategy.
Well,
Agreed.
I'm pretty sure we still look like undead, so
True.
Undeads can be adventurers.
yeah, I am one.
You're like, that's almost racist. All right, I love it. I love it. So that was a really fun encounter. You guys did that really well. Alrighty. We've cleared the way then. You're welcome to go on
Stardust
ahead of
coming?
me. I promise on Wizard's honor that I will catch up to you later. As he starts to gather his goods together. And we'll talk more about that trade deal later, darling. Flitter's closer to you guys. We've got a really balanced party. I really like this makeup. All right.
So
I'm gonna use used to it
I
now.
imagine at this point I see those spiders.
Oh yeah. You
Okay.
definitely see the
Sneak
spider
overs.
web.
Can I get a closer look?
Sure. Go ahead and roll a perception since you're already aware of there's danger
Okay.
potentially afoot. All right.
6.
Yeah, you
Perfect.
you you notice hella quickly that there is a very large spider right here.
I'm a little close.
It doesn't know that you've noticed it yet, so it is definitely preparing to pounce. Um,
Okay.
do you alert your party?
Guys, there's a spider up top.
Uh,
Be careful.
Oh, I
So
love spiders, says Stardust, and she immediately begins to chant, Beasts of the wild, I am your friend. To thee I shall beguile thy end. And it has to make a resist, which it's going to be terrible at. Or an endure roll. Oh no.
Damn
And
it.
it immediately leaps at her
oh!
and
For sure, I
starts the
thought she was gonna be
combat.
safe.
Oh yeah. Oh no, they have advantage on that. That's right, when they do their animal friendship thing. And it barely cares, but it barely fails by one. All right. And so it immediately leaps at her and then starts to nuzzle her
Uh, oh.
as its abdomen is right over top of you.
Guys, I am not very fond of these spiders. Can we move on?
I
Of
mean, don't
course.
we gotta stave Stardust?
I
Or
think she's alright, actually.
Sure.
oh,
I mean, it didn't.
is it?
She hops
I
atop
mean,
it and says, Her name's Betty.
oh,
Oh.
okay. It's just
Well, I happen to notice there is a bag over here. Is Betty eating any townspeople?
Oh yeah,
Adventurers?
she most likely she probably did.
Oh.
as long as she doesn't eat us and is useful. I
Well,
mean,
No,
I don't
she's
got much meat on me. I don't think she's gonna be interested in me in the first place.
I think I have a lot of meat on me, so I think I would be kind of fucked.
yeah.
But
I
At
would
least we all
I'd
look like
rather
skeletons still.
I'd
Yeah.
rather
tempted as
avoid
I
it.
am to try and open that bag. I think if I try to take my knife to it, I'm going to lose the knife to the web.
Nope, the bag itself thankfully is out of the web.
Oh.
It does
Cool.
look like there are a bunch of hatchlings that have hatched out, and Stardust does warn, to, be quick about it and don't loiter around too much. Betty's children are quite hungry.
Check out the bag.
So
I'm gonna take 20 steps back.
I love it.
I will just stay nearby in case Foz needs help, but take one step back.
I am 100% ready to cast like sleep at an instant.
You're like,
Yeah,
forget my
Once he
pacifist
sees
ways,
that,
arcane wave.
Yeah, yeah.
Foss, once he realizes that while he is in fact snack size, he is not in immediate danger more than anyone else. He's just like, oh, okay, and heads over to the bag and starts riffling through things.
Good old rifle. All right, you find one mana potion, two health potions, and a potion of liquid courage, which
Oh yeah.
recovers one morale.
Interesting.
and causes alcoholism if consumed in too much quantities. But yeah, that's neither here nor
Well,
there.
apparently I'm still
Drunken
resistant to
bravery.
alcohol from the last rolls.
I love it.
By the way, what is that bag right next to the bag? Like the brownish one, right next to the tree.
It's like a little burlap sack, and it's got some grains in it, possibly for
Oh,
a.
I was just wondering if like things were inside of that or not.
Nope, you just found some grain, probably for this thing's horse that is very much now not a horse.
Okay, then never mind.
Unhorsed.
Yeah.
Speaking of horses, we ride as she's riding
We
atop her
ride
spider.
on.
I'm gonna. Hey, can I get a ride on the spider? I am tiny legs over here.
Yep, for sure.
Huzzah!
Ooh, I
I'll
think I'll
pass.
pass on that one.
I'm too big for that.
I love it. All right, so as a large creature, it can definitely accommodate two tiny creatures, and we are ready for a scene change. Just let me move everybody together so that we can copy
I'll
paste.
put-
Let's move everybody up here so I'm not on all the other invisible creatures you didn't happen to run into. Copy. And we were heading to the Tomb of the Lost, which will require a lot of edits real fast. Got it. Throw you guys everywhere. What the frick? Did it put everybody on the map? Oh, that's why, because they're already on the map. Haha, from last time. Oh, this is going to take a lot of edits. Good time for a break if you guys need anything. This will take a little bit.
Just a heads up. Time dilation, which it says I have as part of the top part of Enchanter, isn't actually in the spell list.
Oh, yeah, I need to fix that. I saw you did some edits earlier. I
I,
do
I just put
appreciate
it
that.
as a suggestion, so you could just get rid of it if you wanted to, but I just wanted it there so I could see it.
Yeah, no, I forgot to put the in there since it was a level 2 feature.
Hmm.
All
Well, it
right.
looks like you do get it level 1. It's just you get it as a reaction level 2,
Correct.
I
That's right.
think.
That's right. Yep, you're correct.
Yeah, it's
100%.
in the first part.
Okay, this will take me a little bit. That shouldn't be too bad. So here, Alicia's not here. Forgan's not here. Nellie's not here. Just to give you an idea how flexible the character creation system is, we have a rogue that is um, she is a wheelchair-bound mermaid gun rogue, which is
Hmm.
hilarious, and a tinkerer, so she can make all sorts of things to throw at people. I was
That
quite
sounds fun.
quite pleased. Okay, sorry for the delay.
When do I get focus back again?
Daily. So,
Daily. Okay. I'm missing
since
one right now.
yeah, so you're doing very good. Okay, that over there. I love Foundry. It's so easy to move stuff around.
Yeah.
And he goes
It's
over
been a while
here.
since I've done an online campaign, so it seems nice.
Yeah.
Anytime at my table, anytime there's like we're switching to a new place, I have to take like, I don't know, a couple minutes just to draw the place out.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I've got a ton of maps. I don't know if you can see them all on the top of the screen, but there's a lot.
uh
I don't
no, I don't
think
think
it'll
I
show.
can.
Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23 maps. Right, so we got Stardust, we got Faust, we have Kresor. Who am I forgetting? Where are you on this map? You are indeed on this map. I don't see you. Okay. Let me. Faust. No, we got Faust. We got Stardust, we got Kresor. Oh my god, my brain's not working. Who else is here? I got Stardust, Faust, Krezor, and
Bonesy Jonesy.
Bonesy Jonesy. There we are. I don't know how I missed you on here. There we are. Okay, so Stardust is still riding her spoder on
Sport.
Faust. And we are good for activating the scene.
Tomb of the Lost. All right. So,
Also,
guys,
random question: is Thursdays or any day of the week a regular good game time for you guys? Because I could turn this into a long form campaign if you guys would like.
um,
I
I have nothing on Thursdays, so
And
yeah,
Thursday is when my weekend begins.
That's
I'm
cool.
cool with that. Yeah,
Awesome. Yeah.
Thursdays I don't work, so that is
Nice.
works with me.
This is my full-time job at the moment, by the way, trying to do these 100 games and then trying to
really.
publish. Yeah, I quit my job because I absolutely hated it and it was terrible for my mental health. It was a parole
Hmm.
officer, and it's just so much horrific paperwork. It is not fun at all. The parolees were fine. I didn't mind them until they all got arrested at the same time, which caused an entirely too much paperwork in a short time frame. But
Hmm.
yeah, so I can make time anytime you guys need. So. But with that said, we are in the scene, and what you see before you is a graveyard that looks quite ancient. Lots of tombstones everywhere, a smorgasbord for a necromancer.
Yep.
And you do see in the distance, and they have not apparently noticed you yet, a gentleman in, or at least a masculine figure in a pitch black suit of armor with a big two-handed greatsword with a silver mask, a person that you would only assume to be a priestly looking clericy type behind them, and then a mage person behind them. They appear to be talking amongst each other, having a conversation of sorts.
Uh, so guys, we learned a little bit from the other bony man. We should probably drop these undead disguises.
I mean, you're the one holding them up.
Yeah. We
But
should definitely. Okay. At the very least, I don't want to look like an undead because then I'm gonna turn against you guys, and that won't be fun for anyone.
that's fine. I think
And
we
if you
definitely
guys
need
look like undead, I mean, maybe we could do a flip where I'm the only non-undead, and then she'll try to do it to you guys and waste a turn.
oh,
We could do. I mean, could
I
be
mean,
worth a shot.
I
What do
don't
you
mind
guys
either
think?
way. I'll roll with
no,
it.
I think the only reason why I'm thinking about being staying disguised is because him in his normal form would be very hard for him to be sneaky. If I'm correct,
We do
I
have a
might be
giant
wrong.
spider with us, so I do think stealth is not part of the plan anymore.
Yeah, I mean
It rears
that's
up and
fair.
goes.
Then might as well not. Let's just not have disguise. Let's not have that headache.
I
If
am
there's
just I'm definitely disguising myself. I'm not gonna let her know my weakness. Look what
Fair
is Sun
enough.
Tzu? Look strong when you're weak.
So,
Something like
yeah,
that.
Stardust says, I've been meaning to unleash a little bit and get some stress off. I think I shall turn into an owlbear.
As one does.
Just leaps off right in front of you guys on the bridge and immediately morphs into an owlbear. And can no longer
I
communicate other than with bee speech. The
I
by the
spider
cast
way,
crawls up with her.
what is it? I cast illusionary disguise on myself to look like I'll go with a human, so that way it's not too different.
I need to make this a friendly target.
that Grim Reaper guy with the scythe, is that somebody else that we fight, or is that just a decoration?
We don't know yet, but it does appear to be a statue from this distance.
Okay.
Go ahead and make this a friendly. Okay, there we go. Friendly.
So let's see here.
Friendly. Okay. So, I keep calling her Pluty because that's the player's name. Stardust, kind of gestures with the beak and walks across right here, along with what was the name of the spider? I'm blanking now.
Betty.
Betty or something.
Betty.
That's right. Betty the spider. Actually, I'm retconning that Eleanor because I used to work at a nature sanctuary, and we had a
Oh.
rose-haired tarantula named Eleanor, after Eleanor Roosevelt.
Ah.
She was real friendly. Never bit me once. I never
We
got any of
had
her articulating hairs.
my sister worked at Nature Center. She had 2 jumping spiders. I forget what they were called, but they were spider puns.
I love
I
it.
think one was Silky.
Aw, Silky's a really good one. And Weber instead of Weber. Alrighty, so at this point, they do very much notice a large spider and a large owlbear, and a person in between the two looking unscared. Um, and immediately, oh, I forgot to do something for you guys. In the settings, in the very, very top left, or top right, excuse me, the cogwheel, you want to go to Configure Settings, and then there's a list that says Core Settings, and scroll about halfway down, and there's a thing that says Pan to Token Speaker. You want to uncheck that. That way you're not constantly getting zoomed in when I type stuff, or someone else types
Okay.
stuff.
And click
So
save changes.
configure settings.
Yep, Core, and then halfway down there's Pan to Token Speaker. Turn that off.
Okay.
I forgot to do that at the beginning. I was like, oh yeah, that would be annoying. All right. So they definitely notice you guys, and um, they definitely appear to be guarding something in here, which who knows what it is,
Ooh.
but it's certainly probably something that we want to figure out. And this person automatically begins chanting something. The priest begins chanting something, and the mage looks like they're ready to cast something right away and begins to
Uh-oh.
start hand motions to cast something.
I
So I'll give you
is
guys
this
a round real quick to figure out your positioning and what's going to happen.
All
I'm
right.
just starting something out.
I think it's still possible for Bonesy and Foss to possibly, and Stardust, if she's not Bloody Bear, to kind of still hide while Cross, Eleanor, and Bloody Bear can be like kind of take their attention.
I have a friend called Counterspell for this cleric.
It does not work on chance, actually. It only works on spells.
Who
Yep.
was the one that had one ready?
This one is about to cast a spell. You can definitely tell
Oh,
the
the
mage is.
mage.
So you
Mage.
would
Okay.
have to get closer. I believe it's 12 range. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so 12 range is
About
60
that.
feet. Yeah, right there.
So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can't get within range of that. Because that's the most I can move right there.
Yep.
How
Now
much
you
range is
can
their
spend
attack?
apparently pretty far because it's casting it from right where it's at. I will say you can spend a stamina point to dash.
Okay.
So you can
When
definitely
do you
tell it's
regenerate
starting to
stamina?
at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
then I
so
will.
to decide who goes first, let's go ahead and roll initiative since
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
yeah.
they are initiating
Huh.
hostilities for sure. Oh,
Well, I'm
perfect.
gonna
You're gonna
I'm gonna do
hopefully
my
go
thing.
first.
And I love that they are all grouped up together. I get to test my group spells.
Oh, I got a 6 now. Let's go.
Let's go, gamers. All right. So Faust will also beat out the mage group. Man, I've just
Oh.
been rolling like dog shit for my enemies. This is hilarious. Okay.
Perfect.
So
I don't know what you're talking about.
you're like, this is perfect rolls, DN. All right. So chanting, casting a spell. You rush into range as quickly as you can, and you hear the spell casting, and he says, Arcane Eruption. And then before he can finish, you counter
Uh-oh.
his spell, hopefully. We shall see. Because he
How
is
much
casting the big
extra
boy.
movement does Dash get, by the way? So I know where to put my character.
Your full movement.
Okay, so
So
1, 2,
up
3,
to
4,
your full
5,
movement.
6.
Yep.
Cool. Do I get is there a half cover mechanic or
So it's
oh
kind of adjudicated by the DM a little bit, but yeah, you definitely triggered the ghosts. I love it. Oh, that was perfect. Perfect timing for stuff. All right, so
friends undead
lend me your ears. All right, so let me do that resist roll. This is a mage. and so they're a little bit better than average at resisting stuff. And a 7 does not beat your 8, I believe, because you have 5 plus your base of 3. Uh,
Yes.
awesome. So you do manage to counter its spell just at the last second as it's about to unleash it, and you see the mage look really pissed off at you and only has eyes for you now.
I yell, "You look a little rattled."
Yeah. I hate puns and enemy mages. All right, so we will go in order. So Krezor and Bonesy, you're up.
Is counterspell an
Um,
action?
Let me do Stardust too. Is what an action?
Counterspell should be a reaction. Do I still get an action?
Yep. Counterspell's a
Okay.
reaction, so you do. You get one
Stardust
reaction per
Bear?
round. Oh, and Stardust gets to go along with the spider. I love it. Are you still riding on Spider?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so Stardust just rushes in to help you immediately with the particularly nasty ghost that just appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close enough. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Let's see.
8. Actually, it gets to right here and then does a leaping strike because it's a jumping spider, of course. And you're along for the ride.
Whee!
All right. First time to actually have someone mounting something. This is great. Besides an enemy that's standing up. All right, so Stardust goes to do a flurry of inaccurate but quick blows against these very unarmored opponents. They're but spirits. So it's a +4, no, +5 for her. That is a hit, and a hit. So this one immediately crumples and discorporeates. And this one is at half health, which their health should be a lot lower than what it's showing. So it's going to be 10. That's going to do at least 10. I'll just shorten it. All right, so that one's almost done. The leaping spider jumps in to do a leaping strike against that ghost. And that's a hit, and it's gone too. But unfortunately, it is too close to these, and do. 2 more ghosts appear. Faust is like, uh-oh. Okay.
Huh.
That was a lot of rolls. All right, so that is her turn. And so who else is up at beginning?
I had a 6 on initiative,
Yep, so you're up there
so
too.
I'd also be there. All right. Can I sleep? I can cast as a blanket.
You can.
It's not going to affect all of them because I see 2 skeletons, but hopefully the humans, I can put those 3 to sleep since they're all next to each other.
Yeah, you certainly can try.
Okay. What do I? D6.
Yep.
And then plus.
Or no, they have to
What?
resist. Sorry, they have to resist it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't roll good,
So-
so that's fine.
Which they're all going to have different resists. So for Mage Coon, that is a 7, which does not beat yours. To make things more complicated, are you spending one of your points?
What? Focus.
Yeah, are you spending one of your focus points?
That would give them disadvantage, right?
It would.
And how much mana is this spell? Give me a second.
I believe it's-
Sleep is a 1 mana. I'll give him disadvantage. I'll do it. I'll spend the focus.
All right, so I think they're all going to fail, but we shall see if they get stupidly lucky. Yeah, sleep's so strong. Yeah, so these 2 fall asleep. I'm sure there's a sleep thing on here. Come on, where are these? There's sleep. Okay. All right, these 2 fall asleep. This one, however, even though it failed its roll, is not asleep. And it reveals its hood,
Interesting.
and you see that it is, in fact, a skeleton. But this one no longer chanting, this one no longer chanting, and they are unconscious.
Man, I'm ruining their day up here. I can't lie.
Yeah, you really are. That was a good move. All right. He could have tried counterspelling, but just forgot to. All right, so That works. Anything else on your turn, or a little movement, or
Uh, nope. I think that's about where I want to be.
perfect. All right. So next up, I think is
I
Crystal.
also, yep, also got a 6. Um, I have a question about the chants. Since
Yes,
they work with creatures, like would those work with Stardust, Bear, and Eleanor?
absolutely.
Let me read through those. Uh, when it like I see it completely. I just don't get it completely.
Okay.
Like what they do for each,
Yes.
what they
So
do for the creature.
let me switch over to it real quick to Warrior. So there are shorthands for what they do on a lot of the stuff, like charge and stuff like that. So let me explain what they do. So the charge boon, it lets someone immediately move on the receiving the boon, and it breaks free of certain things like the immobilize effect and stuff like that. Hold the line allows creatures to block, dodge, parry, and without having to do an action. Tactical retreat allows them to disengage so they don't trigger a punishing strike and to move instantly. In command, you get to immediately command a creature to do a certain action. So, like attack, for example, or move forwards.
Hmm. But I don't. From what I'm reading, I don't think it's as useful.
Yeah, it
Uh,
totally depends. Like, if you're wanting to move up yourself and then move them with you, charge would be really good.
hmm.
Totally
And
depends.
do I have the levels 2 spells or whatever is at second? Do I have those
Yes.
two now?
Yes.
Okay, listen here, you shit. Faster charge or 2 stamina to issue a boastful challenge to a creature within 60 feet. Gain 2 defense. Creatures challenged by you have a disadvantage. Challenged creatures have disadvantage on their endure roll.
Yeah, so it
So
makes you
listen,
really good at challenging creatures and getting advantages fighting them.
so listen here, you little shit. Expand a surge shard or 2 damage to issue a boastful challenge to a creature. Okay.
Yep, and it doesn't consume an action at all. It's just something you can do.
For the future, does this work against skeletons too, or is it
It
just
does.
creatures? Okay. I think they're too far at the moment, right? For to do that.
Yeah, you'd have to move up a little bit, I believe. Yeah, 60 feet is like right here. Or
Okay.
the mage would be right here.
Mhm. All right, I'm gonna like ask. Do you, Foss and Bonesy, would it be smart for me to charge them, or how would you guys proceed with this?
Well, we got two foes honk shooing over there. Um, I would say target anyone that's not asleep if you're going to charge in. How
Yeah.
far can you
Murder the
get?
nerd. Murder the
Isn't
nerd.
charge
They get to use their
is
movement.
range of
So,
12, right?
yep, so everybody in this whole area technically could move of your choice. I will say Giant Spider can move 8 and Stardust can move 8, so that would get them right up on him. Or pretty close.
So I can just do charge and pretty much get everybody onto them.
Yeah, you could get Spider and Stardust would be like right up on the mage.
But would it also do Bonesy and Foss or no?
If they want to move, for sure. And Faust is on the Spider, so he's going in for sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to do that,
Yeah, sure. I'm into it.
Yeah.
Bonesy? All right, then I will use charge then. That way, it
Alright.
just get us right straight to the action early on.
Okay. And just gets right up in here.
Yeah, I don't know how
Faust
far
is
I can
riding
move.
up. And it works for you as well, so you can rush in and then rush your speed again.
Yeah. Oh,
And you
my
can move
mouse died.
6.
Oh,
Oh no. I can move you, so you got 3 movement left, and then 6 more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So get you about right there.
and who is? Do I still have an action left to give, or
That was your action to recite a chant.
okay? So I'm good for the rest. No more for my turn then.
Yeah, you should be good.
Good turn. That
Okay
was
then.
crazy. So in one round, we've gone from over here all the way over to here. I love it.
Okay, perfect.
That's some battlefield control right there. I love Warrior. Awesome sauce. Okay, and so who is left? I believe we have Faust.
And
Cool.
obviously, if something's not a good idea, when I ask you guys, just tell me, hey, no, that's not a good idea. Let's do something else, just in case. But
So
no.
who's okay, so these two are asleep. This person over here is still up and about,
Yep,
and also a caster, I assume.
yep. The caster's still definitely up, and the two skeletons are as well. The big skellies.
Uh, yeah, I'm gonna go for the caster first. So from my spider bro, uh, yeah, 2 arrows.
Twink, twink. And you can definitely have good line of sight. And this guy is probably about 8 defense or so. And
Oh,
that will certainly hit. And we do 12 damage with your snipe. So that's going to be. Alright, so that's.
yay!
Yay! So that's going to be 24. So we have 26. Almost dropping him to half health with your 2 plinks of your arrow right away.
Mm-hmm.
He is
And I'm
not
just
having
gonna
a good
stay
day.
braced on spider bro.
Can we just appreciate how bad his day has been? His commander is now asleep. His priest that could heal him is now asleep. They both were chanting and wasted their first rounds because they're now asleep. He tried to blow you all up with a big spell, got counterspelled, and now has an owlbear, a crazy warrior, and a giant spider in his face, and just got shot with arrows from a guy atop the giant spider.
A very
Oh,
tiny guy at that.
yeah.
A very
Oh,
tiny,
Should have been a
ambiguous
good guy.
person.
see, this
Maybe
is
next
why
time
I
he'll
love
choose
my
a
game.
better path.
I know. This is why I love my game. Like, you don't have shit like that happen in 5th edition. Like, oh, that's great. Okay, and now it is their turns. And so the Minotaur skeleton takes a step back and then charges in the full headlong charge at Eleanor for a fairly accurate damage.
Where is
Six.
Eleanor right now?
It should be right here.
On my screen, she's all the way back by the bridge. Is that
Oh,
anyone else seeing that?
Oh, maybe Stardust is on the
I
bridge.
see her.
Oh, now I see her.
Oh,
Okay,
Ah,
I
there
don't
we
know.
go.
Game was
Sometimes it
bugged.
does. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't update. So it's probably going to hit Eleanor unless it's a 1. It's a 2, and that hits. All right, so Eleanor takes quite a bit of damage. She takes 20 points of damage and is down to 6 hit points. Eleanor, no. And then it goes to do a flurry of attacks at Eleanor. Miss. And 3 misses in a
Man,
row, thankfully.
Eleanor.
Eleanor got the moves like Jagger. All right. So Eleanor is okay, relatively speaking, like still in the process of almost dying. All right, so Stardust gets attacked and has, I know the damage, I know the defense, it's 15. So it does a flurry of blows as well, trying to get fish for a lucky crit. And a miss, and a hit, a crit, and a miss. All right, so it does its body stat, or 5 plus 3 is 8 times 2 is 16. So 16 damage to our owlbear friend who has, at level 2, I gotta do the math. Let's see. 12 and 12 is 24 plus 8 is 32. And it did a crit for how much did I say? It was 18, I think. 16? 16. Yeah, that's right, 'cause it was 8. All right, so 16 minus that is exactly half health. All right, and so that's its first strike, and then it goes for a vicious stab to try to um, do an accurate strike to do some more damage in there, maybe finish her off, but probably not. Let's say 13, and that just on the nose hits. Ouch. So that's 6 plus 5 is 11. She is down to 5 health points from her starting tanky of 32. Oof. All right. And the mage goes and tries to retreat away to safety, but unfortunately for it, Stardust is not having that shit and goes for a precise strike.
Very much going to hit unless it rolls a 1. And that hits. Or, I can do my math. 3 plus 5, 8 damage. Yes. All right, and it's looking really, really rough, bleeding out heavily. You see it try to run up here, and it hits an invisible wall. You hear him curse and shout, "Mistress, please! No! Mistress!" And then you hear a voice from inside that says, "You knew what this was. Buy me time." And so it goes to cast a spell. And if there's no counterspell coming out, it is going to resolve said spell.
I believe I do not have a reaction, so because I haven't got a second turn yet.
True, true. You are correct, unfortunately. Um,
Would I be able to do it?
you could. You
Let
do
me
have
know.
that. All right, so it's got to make its resist roll. You are easier to resist than the other gentleman. We shall see if it makes it. It does beat your, I believe yours is a 3 plus a 3. So, yeah, so yours would be a 6. So, unfortunately, it does finish casting its spell. Let's see if it actually
Uh-oh.
hits. So, it is a 5. Oops. 6 plus 5 plus 4. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to blow a lot of people up, including his allies. Alright, let me do some targeting here.
At least we have Stardust, the healer, and Bouncy not in the area, at least. Oh,
Let's go.
Alright, so that's going to hit pretty much everybody except for Big Skeleton Bro. Alrighty. Oof. Okay, so that is a 15 to hit. Who has higher than 15 defense? Krez does,
let
I
me look.
believe.
How do I check? Defense. I have 18 defense.
18. Oh, wait, no, it critically hit. That's right. So it's going to hit everybody for double. Oof. Oof. Okay, so Eleanor is at death's door. Stardust is at death's door and pops out of animal form. So I need to do that. I need to put that in the rules too about the animal form. Okay, let me drag her from off screen. Whew. Drag that over there for now. So Stardust is right here. Not looking happy. And
He's unconscious
Krezor.
now, too.
The damage would be enough to knock you into death's door as well.
Me as well?
And you as well. That was a rough, rough round for you guys.
How about
These
his
guys.
teammates, though?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, they're quite injured as well. Let me see. I need to go check the ability to make sure I'm not overdoing the damage here. Because I did just change it, like yesterday, and it does hit like a truck. Let's see here. Arcane Wave, Intellect times 2, so that's 8 plus 15 is 23 times 2 is 46 damage. Ouch. Okay. So this guy is at 4 hit points.
4 hit points? Okay.
Yep. And this guy is at 14, no, 24. 24 hit points. And they are now woken up, but it is the end of their turn when they wake up, so they don't get to take an action. And wow, yeah, that was a round. Templates. Bonesy's over here like, guys?
I'm just chilling.
Yeah. All right, let me fix that. Okay, and that is it for all the enemies. Oh, he also took damage too, so he's.
Yeah.
How much did I say? It was
That is
46, I think. Yeah.
I think you said one of them got 4. I don't know which.
Knocked down to 4.
Yeah, knocked down to 4.
Yeah, 46 because he was at 50 health. So yep, there we go.
You see my chance.
Damn.
Now that was an arcane eruption. Holy crap! Awesome. Okay, so that is the end of the rounds, and
We
now
back at the top.
yep. Well, actually, it would be, but the ghosts do have to go. Bonesy,
Okay.
I
Hit me
wish you
with your
luck.
necrotic damage, Ghost.
Yep. Sad thing is they don't do necrotic damage, but they do haunt
Damn
you.
it.
So I
I was
need
I was
an endurance roll from you times 2.
okay. Endurance roll times 2. What stat does that use? So I know what my bonus is gonna be.
It should be your resolve stat plus 3.
Okay. Resolves
Or your
where
resolve
is that?
stat plus a roll. In the
Okay.
chart.
Oh, I see it. I got 2.
Yep. So 2 plus a roll, got to beat a 5. All right, you're
6
good.
and 7.
So they both go up to haunt you, trying to do 1 morale damage each, and they both fail to shake you. You maintain your unspookability, and they're just kind of flitting around you, not doing anything else, but you can tell that they want to haunt you.
I've seen worse.
You have. Booga booga booga.
I mean,
All
I
right,
was born
now
in
we're
a
at the top of it.
graveyard, guys.
This is true. Were you, or did you, do you have any
Well,
knowledge
I
of
was
your
thinking I
past?
was a human and got revived as a skeleton.
Okay.
So my second life, I don't remember anything from first life, but my second life, I was born in a graveyard.
So your rebirth day. Gotcha.
Essentially, yeah.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. Okay. All right. So, whew, what to do? What to do?
I was up there on 6. I was sharing it with a couple people, but I think they might be downed.
They are, so you might want to go before them.
Okay. Uh, I'd like to say desperate times call for desperate measures.
For
Arcane
sure.
Eruption, going to be, I think I can hit at least 4 of them.
Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and
You might be able to hit 5. If not the bronze.
I am going to prioritize not hitting you guys, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can aim it just right. Let me fix that size real quick. So it's 20-foot radius. So you could shoot it up there and hit all of them
Looks
without
like
hitting
all
an
of them,
ally.
but not that
Yep.
guy. If I move it 1 to the right, I should be able to hit them all, right?
Yep, without hitting your allies.
Oh, wait, that he was actually in a spot because that moved Eleanor in now.
Yep.
So he was just covering it.
Gotcha. So it's
So if we
up to
move it
you. Do
back
we hit
left, we'll hit
everybody?
everyone.
Oh, like that?
Yeah, because that
Yeah.
will hit him and not hit allies.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Poor Eleanor. She's fighting a good fight with you guys. Alrighty. So did not see a giant spider becoming an ally for a party to fight undead today, but here we are. All right,
2
roll
times
that attack.
intellect.
Don't roll a 1. Don't roll a 1.
All right. 6, 5.
Oh, it was
Go! It
close.
goes.
So that should hit everybody, I believe, but let's add it up to make sure the night guy gets hit because he's quite tanky.
So it's
He would
2 times
have,
my intellect.
or the plus bonus to hit, I think it's a plus 5. So 5 plus 5 plus your acuity stat is, I believe, 5. So 15 to hit will hit him because he has 14 armor class. Awesome.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, they are
Everyone hit.
all getting wrecked.
Monkey see, monkey do. I'm a simple
You
simple
should at
man.
least get a triple kill.
I think so. So let's
What's my
see. That's going to
situation?
At least the
be.
first 3.
So how much damage is it? It's going to be, I think, enough to knock them all down.
2 times intellect plus 24 choice arcane damage.
Yep. So for you, it will be mental. I just probably forgot
Okay.
to change it. So they're all at death's door, except for this guy.
Nice.
He's not quite. The larger skeleton, Minotaur skeleton, is reasonably durable.
But all 4 are down. That's good.
Yeah. So it was 24 plus 8. Is that right? So 32.
Sounds about right.
All right. So this guy is down to, I think it was about 14. He's really low. This guy first took damage. And of them,
Wait,
he's
it's
the
two
most hurt.
times. It's 2 times intellect. Wouldn't that be 10? Because
Oh
I
yeah,
have a 5
yours is 10.
intellect.
You're right. You're right. So I shortchanged you a little bit of damage there. It should be 12.
Yeah.
Or at 12. Okay, there we go. Those 2 damage matter, yo.
Yes.
So that's
I mean, if there's
30.
one person that's almost at death's door, would that change it?
It could. It didn't, but it could. All right,
Ah.
so 32, 34, 36, 56. Okay, there we go. I had to really do some hard mental math there. All right. Oh, yeah, 166. Okay. All right, so you do some decent little chunk of damage to this guy. Mage is certainly going down, unconscious state as well. He did not see it coming, and he was not ready to counter your spell, unfortunately for him. But yeah, so one, two, three
What about the
guys knocked
Minotaur?
out. He took damage, but is barely hanging on there.
Okay.
And so, yeah, brutal round all around with those arcane eruptions. Okay, good turn, good turn. And you have no other actions you can do on your turn since you cast a spell. So everybody
Yes.
else, thankfully, we are smart adventurers and have potions with us, unlike our enemies, which did not plan for this eventuality. So, not telling you how to play your turns, but Chug-a-Lugga might be your best option.
Yeah, I, I even like recently found one of them potions, so I'm just gonna down that.
Throw it back. So you get 10 health points back, and you are no
I
longer
will.
at
Make a
death's
face
door.
about it.
I will do it as well.
Okay. I will
Health
say for
potion.
Krez, one thing you can do though, as a warrior, which is a little OP, you could pop one of your surge charges and just heal that way too.
Ooh, okay. What's
Warrior
up?
too angry to die.
Search charges. What's that?
You have 5
Is
of
that skill
them.
chat?
No,
Oh,
it's actually up in the character ability descriptions, way up high.
your ability.
You've got 5 charges, and they give you back your body plus 5, I think it is, health points. So you would recover 8 health points, and you would get 2
I
stamina
have
back.
resurgence.
Yeah,
So I just
resurgence is
come
good.
back if I want to. Okay, that's cool. Yeah,
Yep.
I'll do resurgence then. We'll save potions for the party for
All
sure.
right,
Okay,
so
I'll
you're
do
back at 8
resurgence.
health points since it's your turn.
And
You
do
are
I
no longer
still
at this
have
turn.
something? Can I still do something or no?
You have your full
That just takes.
action.
Oh, I have a full action still. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, Resurgence is exceptionally powerful. Possibly too powerful. I haven't play tested it enough yet to find out.
Okay, so can I know the health points for each one? Like, who
Yeah,
are the ones on death's door and who aren't?
yeah, for sure. Information like that definitely is provided by just visual. Go
Yeah.
ahead and make sure that they actually have the symbol on them.
So the first 2 people are on death's door. The bone on the right side is super low, and then
And
the
he's also
mages on
just
death's door.
he is. I just forgot to put 0. There we are.
Okay, I will work on the guy on the right, the
Uh,
to finish him off.
awesome. All right, so you rush up over here and get to clobbering. He's very low defense. He is unarmored, does not have a shield. He's definitely a berserker type.
And how much health does he have?
He has 12 hit points.
So I should be able just to get him on pretty much. Oh,
A full draw or a dual strike, I think, would be enough to take him out.
because I get 2 times physique. Yeah. Okay, I'll do a dual strike just because it's better accuracy, right?
Yep, plus
So
5.
all right, dual strike then.
All right, roll that attack. Don't get a 1. You got this. That's not a
Okay,
1.
perfect.
That's good.
Not a 1.
Yep, he is at death's door as well, leaking out his vital mana fluids. You should do exactly the 12 damage needed to knock him out. Did it do 0?
And I have no more actions, correct?
Nope, you still have another attack.
Okay. Will I be able
Or any other maneuvers
to?
too.
Will I be able to full draw?
You absolutely can. As long as you got stamina
Just
for it.
because, I don't want to get into melee range of this guy.
Fair.
Let's do full draw. Yeah.
I can roll for Eleanor. Eleanor, no! She did.
No.
Oh,
And Stardust is going to also take a hearty drink and be very sad that Eleanor is passing. Eleanor, your children shall remember this day, if I can talk to them later.
Okay, so I got 3 plus 15 weapon damage. So that's 18 times 2 physique. That's 36. Correct?
Yep, that should do it. So 36 damage brings it exactly to 130 hit points.
Alright, perfect. And that should be the end of mine.
Okie dokie. And then who else is left? So Stardust Strength Potion ran away to a safer vantage now that she's no longer owlbear form.
I took one
And
potion, so I'm back up to 10 HP.
yep, and unfortunately your spider friend below you kills over, curls up a little bit. The fluid that would
Ah,
be extending its legs leaves its body, and thus the legs curl up. Fun fact, spiders are little hydrodynamic little guys.
yeah.
I think I remember hearing about that somewhere, but it was a fun fact I had
From
long forgotten.
hydraulics.
There was like I
Hydraulic,
think
that's
it
what
was
it is.
like it was like a science post talking about like how to use it in other applications. I think that's where I saw it.
Oh, okay, cool.
They were trying to do something. Oh, I remember what it was. It was like think like a claw machine. They were trying to use a spider, and it would be like very, very specific. I guess I don't know. I don't remember
Yeah,
it.
I can see
Something like
that being
that.
interesting. Yeah. All right, so we've done Krez, we've done Faust drinking a potion. Faust is welcome to move away if you wish, or you can stay there. Stardust is gone. Bonesy's
Move.
gone.
Do they
I
have to
think
do death saving throws?
Nope, because it's at the end of their turn.
Okay.
So that was the end of Eleanor's turn. That's why she passed, unfortunately. Unless you want to
Hmm.
say that your turn happened before Eleanor's and you want to heal Eleanor, that is an option.
doesn't hurt
Hmm.
if you want to. Or save the potion for us. Doesn't matter.
Oh, wait, no, he had a chug a potion, so he doesn't have an action. Never mind.
Oh.
Rip Eleanor.
Rip Eleanor.
Rip Eleanor.
So, Faust, are you staying there? Are we
Contemplate
moving?
spider. Hmm?
Should I stay or should I go?
Well, are we on the move?
Yeah, you're able to move now that you've healed yourself with a health potion. You're out of death's door. You have full movement.
Uh, yeah, I'm just sort of hanging around, recollecting myself for a second.
Okay.
Where's Stardust? Oh, she's over there.
Yeah, she ran. She got some distance from that big skeleton. Okay. So now it is the enemy's turns. Um, since there are no health potions, I'm going to go ahead and roll all of their death saves. I don't know why I'm going to type it when I have a button. So
Damn it.
safe, safe, back up, and back up. Okay.
Somebody died. Somebody died.
Wait, is a 3 a success?
Yep, 3 is a success. It's a 1 is a failure for the first failure. So these two pop back alive. And they cannot act because that was the end of their turns, but they are back to life at 1 health point. No one died yet. And the skeleton goes in to attack Faust.
Ah,
It does an accurate strike against you for a plus 13 to hit. And a 16, I do believe, does hit you.
owie.
For 4 physique plus 6, so 9 damage of health
I'm at
damage.
1.
Yeah, you're still hanging in there. And then it goes for a flurry of attacks to try to finish you off.
Oh shit.
Ah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ah.
And uh-oh. All right, so this
Uh-oh.
is the risky part. So you do go down, and it does hit you a second time while you are down. So you have to roll a death save. You've recently been in the death save state. So a 1 or a 2 kills you. May the odds be forever in your favor. They are, but I also don't want to jinx you because I'm really bad about that.
It's only a 1 and 3. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So do I roll a 1d3?
A 1d6.
1d6.
Yeah, a 2 or a 1 will
For
unfortunately
1d3,
be
you
a
have to get
miss.
into some interesting geometry. Oh!
Oh.
Oh no, we have our first player death. Oh no,
Can we revive him though,
Faust.
or is it just over?
Well, if we have someone with the courage spell, we could. Otherwise,
No.
that kicks on at level 3 currently.
That's not
So,
me.
yep, I don't
Oh.
think anybody picked therapist. I told you therapists would be useful. You were pre-warned, Faust. I'm so sorry. The good
Can we
news,
like
though, if
carry
you were,
Foss's body to somebody that is hurt? I don't know.
yeah, if you find a cleric later, like a high level cleric, they could revive him with true revival.
At least I'm portable.
You are portable for now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now the real
For
question is,
now,
does your
he still
body
Now I'm
still?
alive.
changes?
That's the good question. I never thought about that. Do you still change while you're dead as a chaos? I don't know yet.
Me
I'll have to
neither.
think on that one. All right, so that is the skeleton's attacks. It then goes over. Oops, sorry. Oh, actually, you forgot to remind me. It has to target you last. So those attacks instead go to our Tanky Boy. And for Tanky Boy, the first one
Hey,
does not
Hey!
Foss
hit.
is one.
Yeah,
Fails by a technicality.
yep. So you get your health points back. You're back at 10. So we're retconning. So I almost killed my first player accidentally, but I had to follow my own rules. And I forgot Adventurer is worst class. Yay for being worst class. All right.
Mhm.
So the same rules apply to you. So you would take that one crit of damage. All the other ones actually would miss you because Tanky Boy be tanky with 18 defense. And so you will take, what was the damage? It was 4 plus 6, 10, so 20 hit points of damage.
Okay. So am I down or?
I forget how much hit points you had. You drank a
Oh.
potion, right? Or no, you healed yourself to 8, so you're back down to Death's Door for the second time. But on your turn, you do always have
I
your
didn't.
charges.
I used resurgence.
Yeah, so you had
At
8 hit points and just took 20, so you're back down to 0. But it's not your turn yet, so you're still okay. And it has no
Yep.
more attacks that it can use against you. So you are good. Alrighty. And so that is it for all the enemies, except for one. The chanting over here starts to reach a fevered pitch as something is starting to happen.
Hmm.
But we continue onwards with our next turn.
Is that back up to me?
I
Or
think everybody, because it was a team up round, since we all rolled
okay.
before. So Stardust starts
Who
chanting
tied?
heal. No one died, but he is in the
Or
process of
tied?
dying.
Who was
Oh,
part of the
tied.
6?
Oh, that's a great question. I honestly forgot to write it down.
So this
I'm
is a
just gonna
team
say you
up right
guys.
now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you guys are welcome to team up in any order you wish.
Wouldn't it be better? I don't know. Like Bonesy has like the best spells when it can hit numerous people.
I'm at 1 mana right now, so my
So
spells are not what they should be.
Oh,
okay.
Bonesy, I forgot the two spookies got to try to spook you.
Oh
So
yeah,
go ahead and make two endure rolls. Yeah,
bonk
beat a 5.
and a bonk. I
Oh,
never miss.
good. No spook. And they get really perturbed and just discorporiate because they're not able to spook you. And they go back to their
Don't try to spook a
graves.
skeleton. Maybe.
Right?
All right.
Has Stardust done anything this round or?
She
Actually,
begins
wait
to
a minute.
chant a heal. You hear her cast the incantation for heal again, which I've totally forgotten. My awesome incantation from earlier. Let's see. By the sap of the world tree, I bequeath thee. Be healed, and is
Of
going to
HP.
heal you next round. Still probably a
All
good
And
right.
idea to resurge, but
will it also heal Foss or is it just one person?
just one person for Stardust.
Okay.
Fun fact, although they are a spellcaster, sorcerers do get heal, and they are one of the few people that can do twin spell, where it makes the spell attack target two targets instead of one, so they technically can heal two people at once.
Yeah.
Which mana do I have actually?
So to regain mana
Yeah, I
during
am at 1
combat.
mana.
So to
I
regain
would.
mana during combat, what you can do
You
is
have to
called
channel, right?
the focus action. You have to channel for 1 round, and you'll recover half your mana.
Hmm.
If boss
Yeah.
gets out of that area, he could
Yeah.
channel and do a spell possibly.
I would like to not get hit.
That is fair.
I am a little scared of what's going on in that building.
Yeah.
Is what is it? Is where spatial translation. Is that a sight spell? 12 range insight?
Yes, all spells, unless otherwise specified, you have to see the target thing that you're doing.
Okay. So I could just teleport in there.
Yeah. And so there is, I should have mentioned earlier, there is a square her. There is a barrier of different arcane symbols on the door, and you are welcome to investigate it with Arcana to see more information about it. But for now, it's just a semi-opaque green barrier with a bunch of arcane runes.
If I use my last mana, I'm forced into channel next round.
Yes, otherwise you maintain the dazed state.
Okay. Um. Hmm.
Which dazed isn't the worst thing in the universe, but it certainly makes you a
Yeah.
prime target.
I haven't been taking many hits. I'm not afraid to take a risk here. I am going to dispel that wall if I can.
Awesome. So I'm going to make a resist roll for it.
I'm going
Based
to
on
use
the
my focus
stats.
to do it with advantage.
Ooh, good, because it rolled a 6. And it rolled a 4 plus a total of an 8. And I believe that is exactly what your stat is. It's 3 plus your 5. So unfortunately, with your
Yes.
first attempt to dispel it,
Damn.
it almost flickers and fades for a second, but then reasserts itself.
Do we see anything with the flicker?
Yes, you do see. Oops. You do see Necrozma is inside. And for the briefest of seconds, you see that she is holding what can only be described as a wedge of cheese looking object that is not cheese, but is in fact golden, shining, and emanating very powerful energy. And you see Stardust, her eyes grow wide and says, "It's a sacred druid relic. He's desecrating a sacred druid relic. We cannot let this continue. We must stop that at all costs."
Well, I tried my best.
At least she says this in the middle of chanting. I don't know how, but
At least we have. At least we have the
Rap
knowledge
battle.
she's in there.
yep.
All right.
All right. Um.
I'll say Stardust stops her chant to say that actually, because it's that important. So she's unfortunately not able to heal you. She got interrupted. But luckily you have Resurgence and can use it a lot of times if you have to.
Yep. Is it? Was it my turn now, or?
Yes, I believe.
All right. Obviously, resurgence.
I don't want to just drop out, but I do have to go kind of soon. So, how much longer do we think this is going to be?
Probably less than 5 minutes at this rate.
Okay. It does look towards the end, so.
Yeah.
Oh. What should I be doing? Is there the only one up right now is the bone monster, right?
Yep. The one with the most
Okay.
health points, but definitely you fought one before.
And I have one move at the moment because of the resurgence.
Nope, Resurgence is free.
All right, so I have two. I can do two full draws if I really wanted to. Then.
You could, and you also do know from the previous situation that its weak spot is, in fact, on its neck, should you want to climb up and get free critical hits.
I will do exactly that. Then I'll climb up and
All right, so you
go for a
rotate
sweet
around him
spot.
as quick as you can. You spend 3 movement to climb straight up its back. You spend 1 stamina point to climb on, and so you should have plenty of stamina, plus your resurgence giving you back the 2 earlier.
1 second. Got a phone call. Be
Okay,
real quick.
no rush. Yeah, no rush. But yeah, we'll end it here after the combat. I've already got the scene planned out for what's going to happen because I doubt you'll be able to stop it in time. Um, and we will lead into the actual full campaign for next Thursday because I planned everything perfectly and it is exactly 10 o'clock almost.
I'm
But yeah,
Eastern, so it's 11 for me.
yep, yeah, we do need to get going.
Hey,
So,
Eastern.
yeah, Central, woo! Yay, Texas. We have stuff and heat and tornadoes. Um, but yeah, so does the 6 p.m. Central, so 7 your time to 11, does that time slot work good for you guys on Thursdays?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't
I'll just eat
always
dinner
guarantee,
early.
but
Okay. And if we ever need to do it earlier or later, just let me know. Like I said, this is my full-time thing, so. Okay.
uh,
So while he is climbing up there to do some good critical strikes, probably, does anybody else need to take their turn still?
Alright, but
uh, that would be good for me to heal and to get out of the way and probably shoot a person.
Yeah. Or you could climb up there with him and go help stabby stabby. Either way
Uh,
works.
what does the most damage that I own?
That is a good question. Probably snipe, but if you're getting free critical hits, I'm pretty sure that precise strike would be
Yeah,
better.
if I can get away and also snipe, that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. So you spend 1 stamina point to disengage, so you don't get attacked, and
Haha.
then run away.
Yeah.
Plenty of
so
sniping
do I roll at the
opportunities.
moment?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just roll to attack, and as long as you don't roll a one, you're going to get a critical hit. You rolled a one and a one.
Well,
Oh my goodness, I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. I jinxed shit.
do I get another roll? Or is it just one attack? I thought you said
Well,
three.
oh yeah, you're doing flurry. That's right. That's what we're saying. You're doing flurry, so you get 3 attacks. Yeah. Ah, and a crit, a natural crit,
Hey.
anyways. And then another
Okay.
flurry, so that'll hit. You got 2 more attack rolls for the other 2 hits of the flurry. That'll hit, and that'll hit. So you got 4 crits in a row, just absolutely going to town as many swings as you can on this thing. And that's going to hurt it quite a bit because we got 4 hits, so we're going to times everything by 8. So the base is going to be 3 plus your 5 is 8. 8 times 8 is 64.
64.
Okay, you just did half the sling's remaining health. So 64, 70, 66. All right, yeah, you just absolutely went to town on this thing. I love it. That's a
And
fun turn.
I already have my turns done now, right?
Yep, you've done everything. You could still cling to him if you wish, or you could hop off, either way. I will say it's a lot harder for him to hit you back there.
Yeah, I'm staying on him for sure.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
just gonna see if like possibly a tactical maneuver was still available or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you do certainly
But
have a tactical maneuver if you have enough endurance for it.
um hmm. Obviously not grab, kick, pin, bash maybe? Force day state?
Yeah, we could try that. All
Alright,
right,
let's just
let's.
do bash.
So I have to roll against it. He's
Oh,
got a
okay,
good
it's a roll
roll,
for them.
but so that would pass, but he's got to do it at disadvantage. And even with disadvantage, I'm rolling good today, apparently. So unfortunately, the bash does not connect. You go to bash his skull, and just before it hits, he grabs you and kind of shakes a little bit. Can't pull you off, but he's trying to. And that is its turn. Or not its turn, but its defense against your bash.
And how much stamina do I have left? Or
Not
is that
much, because you used 2 flurries and
I'll stop
climbed
then. I'll
on,
stop.
and then
Stop.
that. So I think you used 4 stamina, so you probably have 1 left. You do have
I'll stop.
resurgence, of course, but okay.
Yeah.
And then is anybody left, or were you the last person? I think there's one more player, right?
Faust, have you done your stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I
yeah.
thought
So it
you
should
Yeah,
be
you
moving
good.
out of the
active,
way so we
but
can attack, right?
Did you do your two
hmm?
snipes? I can't remember.
I
Oh,
did one snipe and I did a disengage.
Okay, you can still do another
oh,
snipe then.
Oh yay! All right. Uh,
Marshall's get to have fun in a game like D&D. What? And that'll hit.
huzzah!
Okay, so that's 12 more damage. He's down to 54. Barely hanging in there. And I will remind you guys, heal does harm the undead, if you were ever curious. So, And they cannot avoid it. That's the other fun thing. It's a guaranteed hit. All right. So, with that said, we are now at the top of the round, I believe. No, it actually has to take its turn. All right, so it uses the shake off maneuver to try to knock you off. So you get to try to endure it or to avoid the shake off. So go ahead and roll a prevention.
Okay.
It's going to be 4 plus your roll, and that is enough to prevent it. So you still cling on as it's trying its best to shimmy you off, and it turns around and meeny, meeny, miny, can't target Faust, goes for Stardust as you're holding on for dear life. Oh. All right, so for Stardust, it goes for an accurate strike, trying to take her out. And she has just 1 health point left now. And it goes for a flurry of strikes, trying to finish her off. Has to roll a crit to even hits. All right. Ooh, that was so close on that one. Nope, she manages to block, dodge, bob, weave, and parry a little bit with her scimitar to barely, get knocked around a little bit in there, but not get killed. And that is Skelly Bro's turn. And top of the round. Oh, I need to roll those death saves for those guys. I bet they're probably dead. Let's see. That's 1 death.
Let's go.
That's
Let's
another death.
go.
Let's go. And 1 not dead.
Okay.
This one is back up though, and he immediately retreats and begins to chant. Because he's still at that 1 hit point on his turn. Skeleton Bro charges forwards.
Wait, I thought death savings were end of turn.
Good point. Good point. I
Yep.
forgot about that. Yep. You are right. End of turn. So he, well, no, these were the 2 that saved last turn and rolled 6s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You gaslit me for a second there. I was like, oh yeah, I can't do that. I was like,
I thought he was still dead. All right.
yeah. So this one goes and tries to attack you on the back of this thing. It does a very powerful but very inaccurate overhand swing.
What if he hits the other guy?
Yeah, what if he hits the other guy and he misses?
He
Like,
misses you and hits the other guy. I'm gonna say it hits for 30 damage. I love it. That's
perfect.
great. Then it goes for a flurry of attacks on you, again attempting to wildly swing and hopefully get a hit. Hits the other guy, hits the other guy, and hits the other guy, who is
I only
now.
bet these guys don't have much intelligence.
And he's
No,
dead!
not these big ones. Yep, so he's falling down to the ground in death's door. And that is its turn. You fall down with him, but you are not on the ground or anything. You're just on its back while it's slumped over, dying. And this one is dead. So Priest literally got to do nothing the entire combat. Eleanor's dead. Mage is now dead.
The real tragedy.
Indeed.
So, only the bone guy and this
The knight.
wizard guy. The
So
And
knight.
they're
Knight.
both 1 HP.
1
Yeah.
HP.
Should be
All right.
relatively easy to take them down.
Yep. Do a good old mage bolt. Hit them all.
Oh, well, I got a channel. I'm
Oh,
a
yeah. You're channeling.
little
That's
bit tapped out.
I mean, Fox can get the knight. I can get the bone.
Yeah.
And Stardust can
Yeah.
do
Just
whatever.
have to pick him off.
Yep. And so, looking at Bonesley, Stardust looks really concerned and says, "We have to dispel that barrier. If we don't do that now, I can't even begin to explain how bad it's going to be."
I don't know if you saw what spell I did last, but I tried.
No. Please, you have to try again. If we don't do this, you don't understand the consequences of our inaction. And she is just trying her best to explain to you, like, this is the worst thing that could happen if we don't interrupt this.
Well, I'm afraid. Wait. Okay. I have no mana, so I'm automatically dazed.
Yes, if you're already at 0 mana, you're dazed.
I'm dazed.
Okay, I thought you had 1 left. Sorry, my bad.
No. Otherwise, yeah, no.
She's like, she's telling you this, and she sees your eyes are glazed over, and she's like, "Oh, great, he's already tapped out."
I have a mana
Adventurer
potion.
friend.
Can I like run over and
you can?
just sort of gunshot it into him?
You absolutely can.
She says, quickly, the
Do it!
potion from earlier.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll head over and just slam it into his mouth.
You're sitting
I
there
think I
dazed,
can.
trying to concentrate. Next thing you know, go, 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 go,
Like,
go.
goddamn mages! Didn't think I would
It's
ever
like
actually
Popeye
end up hating my
spinach.
own kind.
It is like Popeye spinach. Yep.
By the way, each turn do you gain a stamina back, or
You gain half your stamina back rounded down, so you're getting a lot of stamina back as a warrior.
okay,
Alright.
so I should be good to
Yep.
take out both of them.
So
Okay.
I am. What do I got now?
You've got half your mana back with the mana pot.
Okay, and I'm no longer dazed.
Uh-huh.
All right.
You are no longer dazed.
I would focus on the barrier because I can kill both of the 1 HPs.
Yeah.
I can kill one. And then,
Dispel with another focus charge. That will be my 4th one. So I still got one more after.
All right, let's roll it and see.
All right.
Oh, there was a 6, and then a
or
2. It fell. Thanks
Nice.
to your
I don't know why
charge.
I rolled. I thought I had to roll for that.
Nope. Thanks to your charge, it is dispelled. Let me get on that real quick. It just shatters with arcane might, knocking the corpse of this guy. Oops. Knocking the corpse of this. Oh my god. Wrong thing. Knocking the corpse of this guy over here and knocking him down prone over here as the energy just knocks everything backwards, interrupting his chant he was trying to do. Poor guy hasn't got to do anything this whole combat. Just like the mage or the priest didn't even get to move. All right. And inside you see the archmage is continuing to channel, or not the archmage, sorry, necrisma, necrisma. Yes, necrisma is continuing to chant. You see the glowing yellow / green widget that she is holding, the relic of some sort, is starting to spin, and it almost appears to be making a circle because it's going so fast, kind of like if you imagine like a single blade on a fan going really, really quickly. And that is what you see right now. So what do you do? This is the critical moment.
Counterspell.
It is not a spell, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I figured.
Yep. It's definitely a chant of some type.
I have half my mana rounded up or rounded down because I got 5 mana.
Rounded down.
Rounded down.
also, I could, if we need to get closer to her, if that's possible, I can charge and get us
Wait.
right next to her.
I have a single focus charge left.
6.
I have a
You
single focus
see-
charge left. I can. Oh,
Stardust bust out a move like you've never seen her before. You've seen her fly straight in at maximum speed, transform into her owlbear form, and pounce upon this mage and attempt to knock it prone. And barely misses the knocking it prone. And your action
right.
is?
So I have focus. I can, even though I don't have 3 mana, I can cast temporal stasis, for free.
Yep.
And I am going to hopefully stop them.
I
Just
love
freeze
it.
them in place.
And I believe you are too far away to counterspell. By just a smidge. Yep.
I will. I can't move, can I? Well, can I move?
Bonesy? Yeah,
I
you
can
move.
also move. I can
Bonk,
move
bonk, bonk.
him closer.
Well, I'm
to
saying
me.
you're out of range of them counterspelling you, which was good.
Oh, never mind. I stay by my grave.
You're like retcon. All right. So, let's see what happens.
I do think my temporal stasis has the same range of counterspell though, so I do need to go closer.
Oh, it
unfortunately.
does. Okay. So it does attempt to counterspell you as quickly as possible and seeing the magic that you're impending upon them.
I do have a counterspell available if need be. I can resist counterspell though, right?
Yep, let's see if you resist it first. And that
Or
would not resist it, unfortunately. This is a very
Alright.
surprisingly quite
Counterspell.
powerful mage. All right, so try to counterspell the counterspell. It's got to resist it. Oh no!
Oh!
You do manage to counter the counterspell, and then your spell does get to go off, and they have to try to resist your spell.
Yes!
Oh no!
The dice want you to win. All right.
Yeah,
And you
she's
see
frozen.
the Archmage frozen in time. I'm just going to put restrained on it so we know what's going on. And yeah, you have temporally stasised it. Unfortunately, the relic is still spinning. And it sounds
Ooh.
as if it's going higher and higher and higher. And you
Huh.
see your owlbear friend recoil away, turn around, and start to run as fast as possible.
Oh, okay.
And an explosion of greenish purple energy radiates out. You see it expand outwards and then contract back in. Your archmage friend, or not friend, enemy starts to condense into a single point. You hear bone crunching noises as she is being condensed into about the size of a crushed Coke can. And then it explodes outwards, and green energy envelops everybody on the battlefield. And that is where we will end it for tonight.
All right.
Awesome, awesome. So what we love to do here is we call them the three questions. It's the thing you liked most or thought was the coolest moment for your character of the whole setting. Thing you liked the least or wish was improved. Cough, cough, character sheet. Cough, cough. And then lastly, the thing you learned or the most important thing you learned. So let's just go down the list. We got Faust.
uh, I have to go. Can I go first, real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sure,
You're pretty
yes,
much.
Go, go,
absolutely.
go.
Okay. Thing I liked, thing I didn't like, thing I wanted to improve. Was that what it was?
Close. Thing you learned was the last one.
Learned. Okay. So thing. Okay. Thing I like. Thing I want to improve on. Thing. That I learned. Okay. I liked the. I like how varied Enchanter is. I was able to do something different pretty
Every
much
turn.
every single turn.
Yeah, for sure. You
So
were
I
doing
like.
it so well.
I definitely liked that thing. I'd like thing that is it thing about the game or as a player.
Either one. I mean, whatever
Okay.
you prefer.
Um. I think. Hmm.
No one accidentally healed you to death. That was good.
Yeah, that is. I was waiting for that to happen. Um. I'd say I don't know. I guess it's a good thing that I'm struggling, but maybe the hit points were a little low.
Yeah, for
I felt like
players.
there were, especially in this fight, I didn't really get to see any of what happened or what they did. They died in like a single spell.
Well, and the funny thing
Yeah,
is, they had a lot more hit points than you guys did. They were at like 50 or 60 or 40. So you were definitely punching above
Uh,
your guys' weight for sure.
okay,
yeah. I
I
wasn't
guess
aware of that.
we got a little bit lucky then.
Yeah.
Thing I learned,
Yeah.
um, that time dilation is a thing I can do
Yeah. That was
because
very good.
I had to read through my page to find that. I'm like, I don't see that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty key spell in the troll fight. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
gotta
was
go. But it
huge.
was fun.
Yep.
All right. Thanks so much. And
See you
I'll
soon.
hopefully see you
Bye.
next Thursday if you're around.
Yep. See ya. Bye.
Awesome. Take care. All right. So, Faust then.
Yeah. So, what were the three questions?
Like,
It is the
dislike.
yeah, biggest like, biggest dislike, or wish was improved, and then
Hmm.
thing you learned.
Alright. Biggest like for like this session specifically is that it wasn't like just combat, because as much as combat is fun, I also actually enjoy world building shenanigans. Uh, and thing I learned? Question mark? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Thing I learned. Um, let's see. I feel like I'm still learning how to do most of my own mechanics. Um,
you got so many to choose from as an adventurer, so it makes perfect sense.
yeah, yeah. A thing that could be improved. I know at some point I still need to add more to my own character sheet of the skills in question that I have, because I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I have to like skim through at some point.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
and I would say like the one additional thing is that like I kind of wish that I had slightly more choice in terms of like when I do a melee attack, if I could throw in more strategy about said melee attack, like for say oversized creatures.
As far as
Uh,
like hitting certain spots and having
yeah,
it do
like
different
called shots
things.
essentially.
So I think one of the things about that is you don't have a large list of attacks right now. But if you were to
Mhm.
put one of your 2 attribute points into technique, since we are level 2, we didn't really get to go over that. You get to put 2 points in at level 2 to your substats, to attributes. You gain access to 3 additional maneuvers per point of technique. So if you really like the range shot kind of play style, using your bow a lot, you could take a couple more bow attacks, and a lot of them have some of those properties, like, shooting the
Mhm.
knee to reduce their movement and other stuff
Yeah,
that I think you're trying to kind of key in on.
sounds good. All right.
Yeah, awesome. Well, those were great responses. I appreciate it. And
Mhm.
Krezor.
All right. So like I I think I really enjoyed, at least for this session. I tried D&D before, but it was very confusing, and I felt like people were very patient with me not being very knowledgeable and like me asking questions. So that made it a lot more enjoyable. There wasn't like a
Nice.
sense of pressure of being like, "Oh shit, if I fuck up, they'll just let me fuck up." Like if I ask a question, they'll actually answer, so I can actually improve throughout the session.
Yeah, and you were doing some
So
really cool stuff too. You pulled off a lot of great maneuvers, and that kicking the thing down, the troll skeleton down,
yeah,
like that was
because that was the
awesome.
highlight for me, was obviously that. But like, if you guys didn't give me kind of that grace, I wouldn't have like been able to read through everything and been like, okay, this is what I can do, what I can't do. And I felt like gradually I got more comfortable.
Hmm.
So that was great. Like
Nice.
obviously the dislike in the future, I hope we do a little bit more RP elements.
Oh
In the
yeah, that's
beginning, I
definitely
didn't.
coming.
I was a little more like nervous. I didn't know how to kind of like insert at the right time. As
Gotcha,
time went,
gotcha.
I was obviously fine later down in the session. So more instances for that, but like obviously we were literally fighting like it was necessary. So
Yeah, like
that was
the
good.
situation definitely deemed the fighting. I will say that you guys did enough role play in between the fights to gain huge advantage on the fights,
That is
that
Yeah.
true.
wouldn't have been there otherwise. So that was really good. Like getting
Yep.
Eleanor on our side, may she forever rest in peace. We stand Eleanor on this chat. That was a big
Yep.
one.
We
Getting
almost
the
lost a player
mage.
too.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah, we
God.
Yeah.
almost lost a
That was a
player.
close one.
And what was the third question?
Oh, thing you learned.
What? I mean, I think it also helps just with D&D in general. Like, I kind of understand more of the stats element and the battle elements, because that was
Hmm.
the like my major hurdle of wanting to play D&D. I enjoy the RP elements because like I write RP all the time.
Nice.
Like I love writing. That's my cup of tea. But
Mhm.
actually playing something like the battle elements, the rolling, that was kind of like the thing I was most scared of.
Hmm.
So the fact that I learned that a lot this session, that is what I'm most happy about. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I learned the most about.
That's awesome. Well, and that's one of the things I pride myself on with this system for Pathways to Adventure is it's adjacent enough to D&D that if you've played even one session of 5th edition, you can kind of jump into this real easy. And the dice are just simpler. It's just a simple D6 roll. You don't have to worry about, "Oh, okay, now it's my damage turn. I got to roll for damage. Which dice do I grab? What's my weapon type?" You don't have to worry about
Yeah.
that. And so I'm glad to hear that that was easy for you to kind of jump in with the combat. And you
All right,
guys
I'm gonna
did.
be heading out.
All right.
I'm
All right,
being
so,
pinged.
so,
All right. See you, Faust. Appreciate you so much.
Bye.
all right.
Yes.
Bye.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was great.
I was really proud of all the combat strategies you guys pulled off. There was a lot of really cool maneuvers and combos, and I'd love to see those team up rounds where you guys pulled up creative ideas and really worked out.
Next time, I just learn from doing the charge straight into all the enemies. I thought, hey, maybe they're all most of them are asleep, but
Yeah.
I didn't take into account the AOE kind of spells that kind of damage all of us. But
Yeah, well, and
It was-
it wasn't anybody's fault. It was a really good maneuver. Unfortunately, just the mage was still up, and he was like, "I'm gonna blow people up," and then he got a crit. So
Yeah,
definitely, no one could have foreseen that coming. So you guys all played it really smart, really strategic. It was a lot better than just walking across the field slowly towards a mage that's just blasting you from distance. So yeah,
yeah.
it was
All right,
really fun. Well, thank you so much
I
for
will.
playing.
No problem. I will be here next Thursday to continue. Like what
Awesome.
time? I'll
Uh,
be on regardless.
it's 6 Central, so I think it's 7 p.m. for Eastern. Is that where you're at?
I'm Pacific, so 4 my time.
Okay. And is that
All
a
right.
good time slot?
Yeah, that's fine by me. All right.
Okay, cool. I'll be sure to ping on the server on that time. I think I've got you down with the special role. Let me double check. Lunar. Yep. Yeah, I got you for looking for group. And so it should allow you to get pinged for that when we are running a game. And I try not to
All right.
ping it too often unless we're just really short on players. So if there is any time between now and then that you want to hop in, we're doing games daily, except on Saturdays.
Mhm.
That's my in-person game. But yeah, definitely love to have you whenever you're free and want to hop
All
in.
right. I appreciate it.
All
Peace
right,
out. Peace
thank you.
out.
Peace out, man. Have a good one. All right, and thank you guys for watching the stream. Another successful day on day 14 out of 100. I'm very happy with how the system's been going. New players who've never played D&D before, adjacent systems, tabletop roleplay games are enjoying it. They're having fun. They're pulling off really cool stuff. We've had some amazing turns, and just love to see it. So this has been John Horry with Pathways to Adventure. Peace out, y'all.